Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions and the company called Uertis e Decus, or Excellence and Distinction in Latin. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this afternoon is Mr. Damon House. Damon grew up in New York City, hearing the competing challenges that disparate communities face to compete effectively in today's economy. He's worn several hats throughout his career and lifetime. A hat of a thinker, as a strategist, as a doer, as a deployment director, and as a communicator, educator, as a community engagement manager. All of those to be able to drive results and drive change. So welcome, Mr. Damon House. Hey, Damon, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone out there.
Yeah. So I understand you have a wealth of information you're going to want to share with folks. First, where in New York City are you coming from?
Actually, the Upper West Side, 96 Columbus. Is where I was born and raised. But right now I live in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. And today I'm coming to you live from nice and snowy Detroit, Michigan. So I get around.
There we go. Good. Well, I'm in Brooklyn. Been here for a few years, but and know the DC area, but also know Detroit because I went to Michigan State. Go green, go white, and
go blue.
You're blue?
My wife.
Oh, well,
So I've been an adopted son of the Michigan Wolverines, the 2023 National Football Champions, and hopefully we're going to see Detroit pull it out for Detroit as well.
We can agree on that part. We can agree on that Wolverine stuff. No. So, well, anyway, I'm going to get out of your way so that you can spread some knowledge on the folks here with your conversation. And as we say here, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, thank you. And once again, greetings, everyone. Today, one of the things I want to talk about are some of the services that my firm offers. I am the managing director of the Clay House Group. We are a strategic consulting firm for boutique services, helping organizations digitally transform in today's economy, looking at the intersection of where they are today and where they would like to be in 7 to 10 years. We've been doing that for a number of years, and you can find us online at clayhousegroup.com. And then the newest venture that we have is a nonprofit. It's called the Innovation Mindset Alliance. It is an organization that is a nonprofit supporting HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, and minority serving institutions, or MSIs, as they develop or support their innovation and entrepreneurship centers. These centers, sometimes they exist at these universities and sometimes they don't. But even when they do, there are extreme differences in the services that they offer, the capabilities that they have. And a lot of that ties back into the capabilities of both research and technology that the school may provide, and how that can be translated into innovation and entrepreneurship through the commercialization process. But I wanted to start today, take a step back. When we talk about industries today, when we talk about technology sectors, the one thing we are hearing the most is AI, artificial intelligence. It's everywhere. It used to be a time when it was the most you ever heard about AI was Skynet and the Terminator, and AI is going to take over and it's going to rule the world. Movies like I, Robot, where the AI and those robots became sentient and was able to do amazing things. And I worked for the last 5 years with Microsoft, and I led solutions and strategy for our healthcare, education, and other industries within our global consulting group. When I first got there, it was interesting. I had my director and members of my team said, okay, you've got these healthcare solutions that you're going to be managing and creating, and we need to get some AI in there. And people were talking about AI like it's a sprocket. You just put it in there and boom, it's in your solution. But working at Microsoft is where we were actually developing the artificial intelligence. And I'm going to go into a little bit more on that. But we were developing it, and we actually had it in our solutions. Today, Microsoft supports AI through ChatGPT. I'm sure if you haven't heard of ChatGPT by now, I welcome you out from under that rock you've been living under. Today, I'm going to demystify a little bit around what some of these tools do, how they work. Google has Bard, Anthropomorphic has Claude, and now there are a number of articles and ways that people can create their own large language models, their own AI assistants. And so for new business who are looking at digital transformation, they try to figure out, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? How are we going to have AI as a part of what our solution set offers? And when we talk about that, okay, yeah, we've got to wait. How do we? I don't know. And so I wanted today to demystify what data, AI, data science, machine learning, what all that looks like, so that everybody can have a foundational understanding. And then we can move forward with the application of that data into things like artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is being used in industries across the world, industries like healthcare, with the research and study of genetics and genomics, or voice processing and natural language understanding. When we look at agriculture and how we can have better understanding of crops and crop yield and livestock. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, the biggest thing to understand is that it's just data. That's it. It is based on data. A large amount of data is pulled together into data sets. Those data sets are quantified based on the information that they have, where they may have come from, access, etc. But at the start, it begins with data. Now, we know the phrase, most of us have heard, garbage in, garbage out. So we know that we have to start with good data. We have to start with data that has been cleaned, that we have all of the parameters for, we have access, everything is great. Okay, start with data. Now, AI or data science or machine learning really says what I want to do with the data. What kind of report do I want to have? So we think about it and we say, okay, I'd like for my AI model to do X. So we look at X and we say, okay, what does that look like? So a coder will develop and write a script for what they want the tool to look into that data and pull out. And so in writing that script, they look at that data and they get a report. Now, machine learning, and this is an important concept, machine learning looks at that and says, okay, for the report that you got, was it a thumbs up or was it a thumbs down? And we know those terms. We're very familiar with those terms. Think of SiriusXM or Spotify, Pandora, and all the other music apps that are out there. Photo apps, other types of arts apps that you face on a day-to-day basis. And every time you say a thumbs up or you say a thumbs down, you are rating how that script pulled out of the data and gave you something. And so the thumbs up says, yes, you did a good job. I liked it. And the thumbs down says, no, this isn't what I was looking for. And by doing that over and over and over again, we begin to train the model. And that's one of the things that you'll hear a lot around artificial intelligence. You have to train the models. It's important. So we have data, we write a script or a program, and then it gives us data. We train that data, and then we go back. And we keep doing it over and over and over again. That is extremely important. Without training that data, without training that model, we don't have AI. We just have a report that comes out. So when you're in, let's use Pandora as an example, and you're listening to Pandora and you've got your music station and it says, I think you would like this song. And you go, yep. And it says, okay, cool. I'll send you more music like that. And when you say, I think you'd like that song, you say, nope. And it says, okay, well, I won't give you any more music like that. An example that I'll give you is that my wife decided to, in the music sound playlist that she had created for our children, she accidentally accepted and gave a thumbs up to a Bollywood song that came on. There was nothing wrong with the song per se, but she just didn't necessarily want it in that playlist. She was trying to go for more of a Janet Jackson, Beyonce vibe. But because she accidentally hit the thumbs up, it started giving her more of those songs. And it's very hard to undo because all you can then say is, okay, well, no to any of those songs that come up. But because you gave it that one yes, okay, there's an issue. And that leads to some of the problems that we see in artificial intelligence in our own day-to-day lives. Some of you may have heard the idea of facial recognition. When we see a face, and does it look like the person that we're looking for? Yes or no? Well, facial recognition, unfortunately, is based on data that was inherently flawed. There have been a number of white papers, so I'm not breaking the internet when I say this, but a number of the data models and data sets that were used to train facial recognition models were based on white Eurocentric faces, period. Most of them were male. Most of them were not female, but most of them were not persons of color. And when we think about the diaspora of the African American, the indigenous populations that are Native American, when we think about the African population, even the Middle Eastern, the Asian populations, a lot of those faces were not in the data sets that they used. And so those models were not trained. Because they weren't trained on it, the models don't understand them. So when they see those pictures because they were not trained, that is a problem. So now you start to see we need good data. We need good models that are written. Unfortunately, the majority of people who have been creating a lot of the retail and industrial models that are out there today are Eurocentric males. So they were doing this from a perspective from which they live. And I don't necessarily blame them for the biases that they brought into writing that code. But unfortunately, those biases did enter it. So we had data that was Eurocentric. We had people who were writing it that were Eurocentric. And so when they rated the reports that came out, unfortunately, they rated it with those biases as well. Now, it's important to talk about biases. When we understand biases, especially as it deals with artificial intelligence, there are really two types that we talk about. There are explicit biases. Explicit are the ones we all know. I don't like you. Here's why I don't like you. I don't know you, but I don't like you because of this reason. It might have been that somebody before you came along and they did something I didn't like, and now I don't like you because I apply that to you. Explicit biases are rooted in racism. They are rooted in misogyny. They are rooted in ageism. They are rooted in a lot of the isms that have negative attached to them and usually are attached to stereotypes. So when you have an explicit set of biases, that those biases may impact the data that is chosen, and it may impact the model that is written. There are also those implicit biases. And I worked with a colleague, Dr. Tanya Martin Mercado, and we wrote a white paper on the implicit biases in AI. The implicit ones are the ones you don't know about, you don't feel. I like everybody, that's fine. But yes, it's okay to pay a woman 82% of a man. It's an implicit bias. I don't mean to pay her less, it's just, she's just not as capable. It may not be explicit. It may just be subtle. It may be quiet biases. And I don't adhere to that. So please, no emails. But those implicit biases, they creep in, they sneak in. And so while a person might believe that they are fantastic and they love everyone and they respect everyone, but those quiet implicit biases then creep into the data. So now I'm collecting a wide array of people, but the population of America is only 10%. So only 10% of my pictures for facial recognition really need to be African American. That's cool. Well, that's not explicit because they're not limiting it because they don't like people of color. It's implicit because they assume that based on the population, that's all the testing that is needed. And so these explicit and implicit biases, whether loud or whether quiet, sneak into the data sets that are collected, the models as they are written, and then the testing as that testing is done. I'll give you a perfect example from the healthcare industry. There is a very famous example, the Jordan Crawley example. African Americans, in how we are diagnosed and treated for kidney disease, there is a factor, it's called EGFR. And that EGFR factor, it measures the way the body and the kidney is processing within the body as a measure of functionality and health. In the 1950s, there was an assumption that, unfortunately, people of color had different biologies. And based on those biologies, a coefficient needed to be added to our numerical value for EGFR. And that coefficient changed what that actual number came out to be. Now, a coefficient, a EGFR of 0.2 means, or less, means that you need a kidney transplant. But a coefficient of 0.21 or higher means that you're not on the transplant list. And that coefficient added to the value for African Americans and kept them further away from being able to get kidney transplants. And the coefficient was added when the person was identified as being of color, being African American. Well, Jordan had 3 grandparents who were white and 1 grandparent who was African American. And the doctor who entered the record in said African American on the form. And Jordan was never able to receive the kidney transplant that he desperately needed because he never crossed that threshold. And that was highly unfortunate. Now, did the people who put that in there explicitly want to keep African Americans from getting transplants? We might not know, but that factor still exists in data today and the data systems within the healthcare industry. If a hospital system here in the United States, here in 2024, does not correct for that coefficient being in there manually, it still exists in the way that data is ingested and is reported in healthcare. So AI is real. I mean, it is really real, and its impact on us can be positive and it can be negative. So I started this conversation today to talk about, we have to understand what this is. You know, I was in a room of executives, lawyers, and we were talking about big data. And they've got my big data. And how I can't let the man have my big data. And these were grown folks. These were not older folks. These weren't necessarily young inside. These were just regular grown folks who got scared because the man had their data. And I had to stand up and help them. It's already too late. It is such an ingrained part of who we are in our culture today. You can't stop it unless you put on a tinfoil hat and you move off the grid. Every time you go to the grocery store and you buy food and you swipe it across the scanner and you give them your phone number, you've given them data on you. And so that's not to say don't stop swiping. Just be cognizant of and understand how that data is being used for you, but can potentially be used against you. So now when we start to think about that data and how that data can be used and what can go well and what can go badly with it, now we start talking about AI and we start talking about data equity. And so under the Innovation Mindset Alliance that I've created, remember, this is where we can work with HBCUs, MSIs. And MSIs, for those who may not be as well informed about what they are, those are minority serving institutions. So they include HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, tribal colleges and universities, predominantly Black institutions, which historical fact, there can never be a new HBCU. The only new HBCU possible today is restarting an old HBCU that may have gone under for various reasons. Predominantly Black institution have its own set of criteria as new schools supporting the African American populace here in the United States. There's also the Asian American, Native, Alaskan, Pacific Islander serving institutions. And then there are some others dealing with non-tribal indigenous populations, etc. So when we look at these schools, one of the things that my team and I are working on is how can we help these schools to drive conversations around innovation, entrepreneurship, commercialization, research, etc. But at the heart of that is data and AI. And so we are creating virtual centers of excellence where students, faculty, corporate partners, nonprofits, foundations, federal and municipal partners, and yes, minority-owned businesses can be a part of what we're doing and can offer their voice and their expertise as we drive these narratives forward. One of the centers that we're going to be creating is a Center for Artificial Intelligence and Data Equity. And so we want to address those inequities and some of that limited access that our communities may have because of resources, because of technology. You know, the digital divide is real. So some communities may have municipal broadband and some may not. We want to look at promoting ethical practices within artificial intelligence. It's critically important. And in those ethical actions, we want the explicit biases to be recognized and pulled out. But we also want to identify the implicit biases. And to find implicit biases, it takes diverse teams looking at the data, the model, the reports that come out, and then looking to see if there are ways that it can be improved. When we talk about bridging that digital divide, we want to foster inclusive participation. So that means minority students starting in kindergarten need to be taught a data mindset. And I'm not saying that they need to be creating large language models of their own or creating their own ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is an LLM that was created based on a lot of data that is prevalent across the internet. And that is its own issue. There are actually lawsuits about that, about how they got some of that data and what data was used. But we need to make sure that as these models are created and tested, our voices are raised and they are prevalent during this process so that we can see the type of data that goes into that and we have that participation. We want to use this data in support of underrepresented and historically underserved communities, businesses, students, faculties, teachers, etc., to make sure that they have a voice in this, that the education process is looking at how to properly teach AI and what that can look like, but also showing the pathways of how it can be ingested and utilized into businesses as they start or as they may transform in today's economy. And we also want to harness AI for social good and community impact. That's critical. It is important that we understand how we can use what is already out there, yes, and transform as we move forward into opportunities for doing more that can really work out for our communities. And so we want to reduce that bias. We want to look at fairness in the AI systems. It's critically important. We want to make sure that the voices are heard. So how are we doing that? Well, we have to make sure that in the data that we're collecting, and this is data sets, this is data coming from different areas, we're getting a diverse perspective within that data. If, again, going back to my healthcare model, if we just collected data from Mount Sinai in New York, and I'm not picking on them, they were just the first hospital that popped into my mind. It could be United Healthcare, it could be Baylor Scott & White, it could be a number of different hospital groups across the country. The larger hospital groups are usually have populations that reflect the population here in the United States. Therefore, minorities are only 40%. African Americans are only about 10 to 15%. And so the data reflects that, the data that is collected. I said we need to make sure that we have diverse teams that are looking at the data that's created and the models that are used. And so as we understand that collection and aggregation of data, now we need to begin researching. And this is one of the challenges that HBCUs and MSIs are now beginning to overcome. Research at HBCUs, most of the schools were actually started as liberal arts schools, just to train people for jobs and get them into the middle class. But now we are beginning to see HBCUs are really doing a much better job of driving industry and technology research with partnerships from organizations like USDA, DOD, NASA, etc. And my firm has relationships with NASA, USDA, and other federal agencies to look at research. How can we drive innovation, technology transfer, and opportunities where schools can access patents and drive more development? So when we do that research, we need to open more doors for our students and for our faculty to be impactful. And lastly, when we look at innovation, people will use the word innovation so blithely. They'll say, "Oh, let's innovate on that. Let's innovate on this." But it is important that we all come together, just like I'm doing right now for AI, and understand what's the language of innovation. What are the terms? What's the foundation where we're all on the same page and we recognize that? If one company has one vision of innovation and another company has another image, the two of them working together can be difficult, but the two solutions that they put forward into the market can be vastly different. And so the one that has the better understanding of the terminology, the capability, the processes, etc., they're probably going to be more successful in the market. And so my team and I look at these institutions And we help them to break down what are the things that they do well: technology, research, industry research. What kind of business programs do they have around innovation and entrepreneurship? And help them to understand how that technology, patents, intellectual property can be translated into new solutions. Some of you in the research field may have heard of terms basic research. I want to look at a thing and I want to find out more about it. How does it work? What makes it tick? Applied research. Well, now I found out more about that thing. How does that work in this industry? How does it work for technology? How can I move that from idea into impact? And then there's translational. Okay, I'm making a solution. How do I bring it to market? How do I commercialize it? How do I gain revenue from it? And when we look at minority serving institutions here in the United States, the revenue that they have from extramural funding, from proposals and grants that they get from the federal government is just a fraction of what predominantly white institutions are getting today in those same spaces. And so this is not me getting on a soapbox and saying that's not fair and we need to, no, I get it. We need to improve what it is that we're doing. And that's what my team and I are working on. How can we help our schools to have a better understanding of how to provide and translate information about what those school capabilities are, their capacity are, and their accountability in this area, how that drives their ability to get more extramural funding. There are a number of phenomenal research programs, centers, innovation capabilities, entrepreneurship sites at our minority serving institutions. And MSIs oftentimes are a predominantly white institution, but for the fact that they have a certain size of population that allows them to scale high enough to raise to that threshold. So Asian American, Native Alaskan, Pacific Islander have 10% or more Asian American or Pacific Islander or Native Alaskan students. And so they're able to get that MSI designation. So that leads to a number of schools like University of Arizona, Texas A&M, University of Central Florida. And the amount of funding that they get is a lot higher than a Howard University, a Morehouse, a Spelman, but even our tribal colleges and universities. So now there's another term that some people have begun coining, coming out of legislation in Congress, just minority institutions, not serving institutions. And so that's a different designation. They typically have a higher percentage of minority population. But these are the schools where my team and I have really focused in. How can we help these schools to better understand tools like AI, the processes that create and model and confirm AI? How can we drive new opportunities in healthcare? How can we drive new opportunities in food and agriculture and food equity, aviation, aerospace, and drone technology, diversity in automotive engineering? These are all industries where minorities have had tremendous impact, but minority-owned businesses may not be as prevalent, and minorities in the executive suite may not be as prevalent. So the Clay House Group is a boutique strategic management consulting firm that helps businesses, both large and small, to understand how to digitally transform. So not just trying to solve a problem that exists today. I've got a problem and I need to fix it. Well, it's cool, but that's problem solving in a year, maybe two. But when you think about digital transformation and strategic engagement, it's not what can I fix in a year, because by the time I fix it, I have a new set of problems. So how can I set a North Star for 7 to 10 years off in the distance, and then begin to work backwards across horizons? So Horizon 1 says, what can I fix in 1 to 2 years? Lay the proper foundation towards the North Star. The journey of 1,000 steps begins with the first one. Horizon 2 is, what can I achieve in 3 to 5 years? Am I still on the proper journey towards that North Star? And then when we think about 7 to 10 years, we need to keep the eyes on the prize. We need to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. Oftentimes CEOs today, especially of smaller businesses, wear so many hats that we get caught up in the thick of thin things, as Stephen Covey once said. I've got to solve this problem, and I've got to solve that problem, and I've got to do this, and I've got to do that. And we get so caught up in today that we lose sight on where that North Star is, and we get caught up and the blinders are on, and then we realize we've gone over in this way, but the North Star is back over here. And so that's what my firm and I help businesses and organizations do as they're seeking to transform. And so we're bringing that now to the institutions of higher learning. How can we help them to build out their research capacity, capability, and accountability? How can we help them to build out industry capabilities? Now, if you are a minority-owned business, Black business on this network, and you say, okay, well, I'm really good at agriculture or supply chain or healthcare or whatever it happens to be, how can you help one of these institutions in their goals of driving forward? It's not about just getting more students anymore. A university can get 5,000 students and still struggle with budgets and revenue because tuition alone just doesn't cut it anymore. Now, the really successful schools at that higher level are looking at how can they gain revenue just from research. As an example, Virginia Tech University, because I live in Northern Virginia, Virginia Tech, was one of those schools early in the development of solar panels that came up with some IP and some technology. And when those patents went out and became commercialized, VT started getting a couple of pennies on the sale of every solar panel, and that made them a lot of money. And we could say the same thing for a number of the other institutions out there. If a school is not making revenue, generating revenue coming off that IP, then, or somehow from their research, then they're really just looking at how can they get more from grants and proposals, or how can they get more from tuition. And so those are the schools that are struggling in the day-to-day, check-to-check, year-to-year. But being able to take that step back and think more longitudinally allows for schools and, yes, also small businesses, mid-sized businesses to be able to say, okay, you know what? This is a problem, and that's why I have a team. The team needs to solve it, while the CEO, the founder, the owner can continue looking strategically to make sure they're going in that right direction. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to have this time to talk to you today. I hope you learned something. I believe that every one of these opportunities for us to engage is an opportunity to learn. And so I ask you today, as you take this new knowledge, let your normal and let your mediocre die, and please allow your excellence to shine through for those around you.
Great talk, Damon. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your knowledge. And there was a lot of info and knowledge that you passed on to folks. So I hope they appreciate that. I got some stuff out of it. And I love the focus on not only just solving the event, but solving the issue, resolving the issue, the long-term aspect of it. So if you start looking at that, you get broader solutions rather than, narrower, solutions. So appreciate that. Now, for people who want to work with you, get more information about what you do, how they can use you, more information about the things you talked about, what's the best way for them to reach you?
So thank you. Once again, my name is Damon, D-A-M-O-N, House, and I'm at the Clay House Group. So ClayHousegroup.com. So you can find me at Damon at ClayHouseGroup.com. And then we also have innovationmindset.net, where you can find out more about some of the work that we're doing with the minority serving institutions.
All right. Well, again, we appreciate you being here and sharing your knowledge. Look forward to having you back again. And as we say, genius is common. We'll see you on the other side. All right. Thanks, Damon, for sharing all of that. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, to donate to the scholarship fund. Or you can use the Cash App that should be rolling across the bottom of your screen. The account number $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register online also at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So again, we'll remind you, donate to the fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for the month of January. Those sponsors include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions and Uertis A. Decus. I'm a business growth and improvement specialist that works with businesses and business owners on the power of small changes to big things, helping them to identify and then implement small changes in the key areas of business that will result in the doubling of their profits, usually in 12 months or less, and with a money-back guarantee if I don't deliver those results. I'm also your moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, from Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Mr. Jonathan Lee. Jonathan's renowned for his leadership in bridging legacies across campuses, also known as Black. Champions inclusivity and multicultural understanding in academia. His efforts in organizing diverse educational events has earned him accolades in promoting cross-cultural dialogue within academic communities. Black is an initiative aimed at fostering inclusivity and multicultural understanding with academic communities through seminars, workshops, collaborative events. It seeks to connect diverse student populations, highlighting and celebrating their cultural, historical, and intellectual contributions. This program endeavors to create a more interconnected and empathetic educational environment, promoting dialogue and learning across cultural divides. So please help me welcome Mr. Jonathan Lee.
Awesome. Sydney, thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate your
It's our pleasure, our honor and pleasure to have you here. So I know you have a ton of things. Just, when people hear that bio, the things that you're trying to do, doing one of those things, might be a tough job. And when you're trying to do that in that holistic fashion, that's pretty powerful, one, in its impact, but two, must be very challenging, sometimes probably trying and frustrating in its implementation. So love to have people hear a little bit more about what you do, how you do it, why you do it, and maybe even how they can get involved and help you out in that mission. So
perfect. Thank you, Sydney. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Well, let's start with you just kind of, I read a little bit about it, but if you can talk a little bit more about Black, bridging legacies across campuses, and how long has it been in existence, and what got you started or motivated the initiation of the organization?
It's hard to believe now it's going into its third year of existence. It originally started with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor being murdered. I'm an educator by trade. I went to private school, a private boarding school in Alexandria, Virginia for high school. It was tough. I was called everything other than being a child of God by namesake, by being there. And later did cross-country basketball and track there, navigated my time there and that experience, coached basketball there for 14 or 15 years, and then came back as an admissions officer working there as a dorm parent and a mentor. But in the wake of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor murder, there's a moment where social media was ablaze with all the students going to Black ad accounts, Asian ad accounts, Latinx ad accounts to tell their narratives of how they were treated in disparaging ways. And for me, as I looked at that, my heart sank because I didn't have social media back in 1997 when I was a freshman in high school. But as I read those postings of those Black lives, those students, they weren't being valued, they were being marginalized, I had to do something. And that's when Bridging Legacies Across Campuses was created, to highlight the BIPOC graduates across the country in high schools, colleges, and universities alike.
All right. So in hearing that, you mentioned some of the things that you were happening in high school, tools you didn't have, things you didn't know about, et cetera. What were some of the things in your personal life that you reflected on that, not just motivated you to do that, to do what you're doing now, but really drove you and it helped you understand the need and the power of something like Black?
I think it starts with my late parents, my mom, Sheila Lee, my father, Stanley Lee, who have since passed. But they always inspired me to create community, to believe in God first, and to always treat other people as you like to be treated. So in those origins there is a moment of those steadfast values of my North Star. I'm a firm believer in the North Star, of that guiding principle, that moment of shining light to tell you where your principles should rest at and how do you reach that. So every day when I meet people, I never want them to ever question who I am as a Black man and have a stereotypical critique of who I am if I'm the first Black person they've met. Because still today in 2024, there's pockets of the world that are still like that. And so as I lead my day-to-day personal life, I do it with empathy and understanding based upon the principles my mom and dad provided for me. which is something that I instill in my two children as well today.
Now, is Black in a individual camp or on an individual campus, or is it on multiple campuses?
Right now, Black has done outreach to over 80 different colleges, universities, and high schools in spotlighting those individuals. I've done over 190 bios of students, over 30 podcasts as well. But in this moment, I'm a one-man shop in my endeavor of what I do. I reach out to colleges, universities, public schools, and whatnot all over the country, and reaching out to them, trying to stand up a pilot program. There's a moment when everything happened back in 2020 in the awakening of George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, that many institutions label themselves as anti-racist institutions. But yet, when you look at those measurements of what they've done and break down the data analysis of what does it mean to be anti-racist, there aren't many schools that still have anti-racist on their websites now in the start of 2024. There'll be moments where people will stand up things for MLK and what that means for the month of January, and then a little bit of Black History Month, either on the 1st of February or the 29th of February. Thank goodness we get extra day in leap year this year. But there's a moment where I'm still fighting to get Bridging Legacies indoors. And I guess when people imitate you or duplicate what you do, I'll call a university. They may be, hey, that's a great idea. We don't have bandwidth. But you look up, they're spotlighting different bios from all walks of life, different graduates later. So I guess imitation is flattery. So again, I'm doing my best. Every morning I wake up, sending out 30 to 40 to 50 emails. LinkedIn is my best friend, where I use all of the abilities to connect with people on LinkedIn to be able to champion the Bridging Legacies mission.
Okay. Well, and I can definitely agree and understand with what you're saying in terms of lip service, the okie dokie, as we say, the head fake, where we get from institutions, whether they be campuses or college, institutions, organizations, or whether they be, some of our corporate institutions that will always give the lip service of, yes, we're committed to that. Yes, we're right there. Yet their policies don't align with that. And that's where we need to hold them accountable for the specific outcomes and things that are really going to be supportive. Now, we have a lot of students that are out there. Hopefully, we have a lot of students that are out there listening to this, watching, etc., who are having day-to-day experiences. So one, hopefully they heard what you said, that you're a one-man show and you could use some help, so that maybe they'll reach out and support. And we'll talk about how they can do that later.
Exactly.
But talk about some of the impact, the things that you're doing specifically to support Black students and faculty on university campuses today.
There's a moment that as I reflect and think about my time, which will build into the story and the narrative, if you're a Black student sitting in a classroom, you don't see yourself with those faculty and those faculty members and mentors. So as you navigate, if you want to be an NFL or NBA player, like many of us Black males aspire to, eventually your ACLs will tell attendance or your back give out. You have to go back to the resting on the books. So as I build community and think about that, there's a moment that if your experience as a Black student isn't positive in the educational journey, you're not coming back to be a teacher. So how can you ever see yourself in a classroom if you don't build synergy and empathy and understanding with those students that are in your core right now? So what I look to do is to champion those cases of those Black students, of who they are, what their lived experience is, to talk about, I understand that you may be going through these things, but please note, you're not the first nor the last to do that. And I asked to create a pipeline in an ecosystem of other Black entrepreneurs, graduates, educated people, mothers and fathers, uncles, grandparents, and whatever have you, to be able to help you provide. That part of my narrative and what I do when I get someone's bio, I ask them to pay it forward by working with someone up, down, below, or parallel in a conversation. There's one young lady that just graduated from university. She was saying she wanted to get out in the workforce and she's looking for an apartment. She goes, I want to live in Washington, D.C. I want to spend about $1,200 for a one-bedroom apartment and live right by the city. And I was a young lady, you necessarily don't know much about prices, and you might have been in Williamsburg too long, in Williamsburg, Virginia, where housing is very cheap.
Right.
And one of my best friend and my best man worked for a property management company. I was able to, and a Black man, I was able to connect the two of them because he's in my network and have them chat. And he told her in level set, you might need to go on Craigslist, young lady, and get a roommate. So that way you can get a $2,000 to $3,000 apartment and split the bill with a roommate. which is much more practical. So in that moment, it's a lesson learned, right? Not telling the young lady she was unfounded in her desires, but being able to put a positive influence of someone that's been there in that business and industry to help them save money. And I thought that that's something important because there's a moment our parents didn't have golf club access. They don't have country club access to have these deals that are made on the business courts, on the golf course. So my job is to create an ecosystem of what it looks like to have us connected in a positive way.
Now is Black involved in on HBCU campuses as well as traditionally white campuses, or just traditionally white campuses?
Black first sought out to just look at a small niche of a market with private independent boarding schools. And as I looked at that market, and as a businessman, entrepreneur yourself, that market was too small. So I had to expand my market. So I started looking at universities. Then I started looking at HBCUs. And there's a moment where some of the HBCUs are thrown off by the term PWI as I reach out to them, predominantly white institution. And like, we're an HBCU. And I'm like, that is great. I would have loved to have gone to HBCU based upon my trajectory where I went to school. But in that moment, I'm reaching out to everyone because I believe that from the universities to the organizations, there are different demographics of Black folks that have lived so much knowledge. And as much as I'm a sports guy, having coached basketball for years, I don't always want to place LeBron James on that soapbox, knowing that there's Black business leaders that are out there doing great things. And I believe that education with teachers is some of the most important stuff to talk about first, because the teachers are the ones that have access to the kids more than parents do every day. And that's scary when you think about that, for the number of hours our kids sit in these institutions.
Right. Now, when you think, so I went to a predominantly white institution, and knowing the things that Black students experience there in terms of some of the isolation. Hey, I'm one of many. When you're in a class and you're the only one or one of three, when they're selecting student work groups, and you're saying, I'm over here, I need a group. What are some of the things kind of in that day-to-day stuff that you're getting involved with, or how do you get involved with a student on some of those day-to-day kinds of pressures, distractions, frustrations, etc.?
First is a moment of atonement and acknowledgement. There's a moment that these students are having traumatic issues of navigating their day-to-day. So I don't come in trying to have a magic wand to solve that problem immediately. My job is to first listen, learn, and then lead. So in listening, I like to hear what they're going through, not to lead. Whenever I do a cold call of a person, a Black person, I always ask them, what's your narrative and your educational journey as a Black person? I never lead with my bias. I want them to talk about who they are first, so I can listen and engage with that, so that I'm not putting on my pain and angst upon them. So then after listening, I try to learn for them to see where their pinch points are and what they're dealing with. In that moment of conversation, it's also validating them, letting them know that the imposter syndrome or thinking that they're crazy is okay, because what they're dealing with, there's someone else out there. Because that's what I found the biggest thing that I have to deal with is the imposter syndrome. So it's almost like I should go back to school and think about being a therapist, because in part of this conversation, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done on breaking down some of the micro and macro aggressions that are just innate in our persona. I was on a podcast with a gentleman, and he told me, there's a moment, Jonathan, where you keep saying you have to work twice as hard to get get half as far as a Black person. He goes, well, what happens to those people that do that don't make it? Are they not successful? And that kind of set me upside down. I thought about that, being like, my parents always taught me to do that. And then as I didn't make it, I felt ungrounded or unfounded in what I was doing. And so for me, it's really having these positive conversations to really narrate, to hear what they're dealing with, and then to connect them with other students that as I talk to each person, I kind of categorize their skill set or their background. Okay, this person's from Texas. They're at a predominantly white school. They're at a HBCU. This person has a skill set in the arts or in business, or they want to be a doctor or lawyer. And I think about the people in my Rolodex that I can connect them with at the end of every call I have. And that's the day-to-day I build. Being able to do faculty workshops in institutions to talk to them about not where they're faltering, but where they might have a growth mindset gap or a bias in their approach that's limiting their growth. And that's something I really take pride in, being able to go speak around to different schools and institutions in different classes as I step into classes to speak as well.
Okay. Talk a little bit about, it sounds like you're creating and implementing several different, kinds of programs, activities, et cetera. Talk about, one of the ones that you think has been the most impactful, either by your observation or by the feedback that you've received.
I definitely have to say it's the podcast. I have Our Faces, Our Voices podcast. It's on the website, Bridging Legacies Across Campuses.org. And in that podcast, I ask 4 to 5 basic questions. Who are you and what do you do? How did you get to your educational point? And this is all pointing towards Black individuals and BIPOC folks. And then it says, when in your journey did you learn that you're a Black person, your educational experience? And I asked the person to be politically correct because I want all listeners to listen. And I asked them if they're working for an institution not to throw a rock in a glass house to get themselves fired. So I asked them to be politically correct. And in that moment, that narrative is so powerful of what they say. The last question I asked them is, knowing what you know now as an adult, what would you go back and tell a young person or to yourself that looks like you, who's from where you're from? What would you tell them as words of wisdom? And so in that moment, that narrative, that conversation is something that's very powerful to allow other listeners to hear something in there. And if it's only just a 1-sentence soundbite, it's something that's not being discussed in classrooms in that way. And it's something that can be rewound and played in a way. So I love those podcasts, and my listeners and my colleagues and folks that I work with, I'm able to send that to them to say, hey, I have this podcast I'd love you to listen to. And I think that all the things that I do, the podcast is where I find most value at, that it really puts a narrative and it rises the static photographs off the paper to provide a moment of auditory listening. Because again, there's one thing to read a book, but it's another thing to listen and to engage in it in a different way that's more dynamic and provide character to it as well. Okay.
Talk about, your work on campuses. Talk about, how you create, more conversation, communication, dialogue, interaction between, all the, diverse cultural groups that might be present on a campus.
Awesome. I did a keynote speaking engagement with the faculty at an independent boarding school up in upstate New York. And as I got there, I walked around the campus and noticed the classic hallway of all white faculty members, predominantly white men, with maybe 2 white women there. And it was acknowledging the 20-year tenure of professors at the school. And as I got to speak to the 70 faculty members, I politely asked all of them to stand up. And I said, if you've been here for only 1 to 2 years, please have a seat. All of the Black faculty members, the 4 of them, sat down the first 1 to 2 year window. By the time we got done, there were 3 individuals that had been there for 25 years plus. They were white, and I asked them to reflect on, what did you notice as people sat down? And it was crickets. No one said anything. And finally, one of the Black folks finally raised their hand and said, all of us sat down immediately because we only been here for 1 to 2 years based upon.
And we all know each other too, right?
Yeah, they all know each other.
Yeah.
And we all sat down. And in that moment, it wasn't to embarrass them, it was to say, there's a reason that wall looks the way it looks, because you haven't built the longevity of what it means to be a faculty member there. Right. And so I talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion in a very simple way in a sports analogy. If you play basketball or football or do something as simple as just to say basketball, and everyone on the team is right-handed, you're a very easy team to guard because everybody's going to the right side of the court to get to their dominant hand. You need a left-handed person on your team, if not 2 or 3, just to run the offense to the left side of the court, because that's your blind spot. So imagine if you go to a boardroom and everyone are like-minded, always thinking towards the right. And there's never a naysayer in the room to say, you know what, while everyone's agreeing, I like to just raise my hand and say, we should think about going down this other angle. And so imagine when you don't have that diversity, equity, and inclusion in the classroom, where everyone's like-minded and no one's contrary to the status quo in that moment. Or if you're the teacher or the principal of the school, or you're into the decision-making and you haven't thought about the other voices that are marginalized and underrepresented or not represented in the community. So as I go into these communities, I look at the demographic of, hey, how many people of diversity are Black that are in the city? Now, what does your school or organization look like? Well, if the city of Seattle is 10%, then how do you not hit the 10% threshold? If the NFL is predominantly African-American, why is it so hard using the Rooney Rule to hire individuals to be head coaches in the NFL? There are all these metrics and things set, but then there's still these data moments where the data tells you that we're still not doing a good job with Black diversity across.
Or it's not a commitment, one of the two.
There's one of the two.
for the speaking engagement, how did you get that?
Again, there's a moment of someone standing in the gap. One of my buddies, an African-American male that I was friends with, got the job as a diversity and inclusion director, and he put me onto the moment to have me be a speaker for his first ever MLK keynote speaking engagement. From that moment, I reach out to everyone. If I were to show you my Google spreadsheet, I've got a spreadsheet over 450 line items where I reach out to schools across the country, and I can tell you I get probably a 25% response rate back. 10% of those are like, please take us off. We're not interested. So in that moment, I look up, say, well, these websites say they're anti-racist and they're building curriculum. Yeah, my phone's not really buzzing ablaze in that moment. And again, I have the ability to find my level of blackness in that narrative, right? Where you can't come in with the Malcolm X approach as many times. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in many ways was able to get his foot in the door quicker in that moment. So being able to change that and code switch, unfortunately, is something that narrative is all too familiar as being someone that's gone to the PWIs and worked at PWIs for most of my time.
Are you a for-profit, not-for-profit?
I have a nonprofit and I have a for-profit. So I'm in both swim lanes with the two endeavors, but Bridging Legacies is a for-profit. Okay.
All right. We should talk after. I can give you some other maybe avenues you can go down.
We'd love to. We'd love
for
to.
that. So, let's keep going on here though, but talk about maybe how universities, let's flip it around. I was asking you what you're doing on universities. How can universities and kind of other institutions support and use you in what you're doing to improve their campus environments and cultures and the satisfaction of their students and employee population?
I'll cut right to the core. When you go to these institutions, and I'm sure wherever you went to school, sir, if you go back and look at your alumni magazine and look at the notes page in the back, there's probably not that many Black and brown people in there that are telling their narrative of their childbirths, of their weddings and anniversaries, and doing that. And it's predominantly the white students that are going back in that moment. But yet, these universities question, where are the Black dollars at going back into the endowment of the school or alumni development? It's because we as institutions and we as a group of people are looking back at the institution saying, what have you done for positive change? Right. So in that moment, you first have to highlight those graduates and tell their stories. Not the one tokenized Black student that always was involved in that moment, that always came back to homecoming and the events, but finding the other ones that were non-athletic. One thing I'll tell you about with intersectionality, many a times Black male athletes are risen up in a way because they're Black athletes and this, that, and the other, but Black females are left by the wayside of getting highlighted at these universities in a way because they're non-athletic. So my premise is lifting up everyone. So in these universities, these positive conversations can really build synergy because many of us have the autonomy to donate money back to our institutions, but we're waiting. We're waiting for a positive narrative. We're waiting to see the needle move. So the needle moves because the administration goes this way or that way, 2%, but then that person leaves and then the needle moves a negative 6% back. We're waiting again. So in that moment, partnering with Black, I'm able to go and have those conversations with those Black graduates, to talk to them about how their experience was, to connect them in a positive way, to get them to come back to engage. Thinking about my William & Mary degree, being a Bachelor of Arts in Government, there was a moment where I had my first panic attack after I walked across the stage and looked at my parents, and my dad's like, we got to get you a job, man. I'm like, well, Dad, I got a diploma. What's next? And he goes, well, that's where you got to get your resume and cover letter. But how amazing would it have been for other Black Bachelor of Arts degrees in government from William & Mary to be there at my graduation with business cards, waiting for me as I got the diploma, waiting to say, Jonathan, one for nothing. I'm a graduate from William & Mary. I am Black. I have my business. Let me have your cover letter, your resume. Come talk to me so I can let you know that don't be stressed. That's what I would love to establish at every university of whatever demographic a student is, have that representation at the graduation to give out business cards. Because too many times these career services offices aren't really in the weeds to help those students because many students don't go to those offices. So that's something very simple of letting these folks see themselves after graduation and knowing that that panic attack, it's okay to have it, but knowing there's a way out of that and there's some light with support of your elders. Because again, you can't get where you're going if you don't know the people that came before you.
All right. Okay. What's the ultimate measure or metric you're using to determine Black's effectiveness?
That is a great question. It's certainly not to be rich right now. It's really to touch each individual graduate and to make connection. For me, if I try to say it's on doing outreach to these many people, that number can always be higher. If I can have a positive connection with one graduate to let them know, hey, man, I wish that I would have had this as an undergrad more so quicker. I want to engage with you so I can help the next person. That's my measure of success. If I can create this chain of connection of Black graduates, that's my moment there. That there's this weird moment again, my parents' passing has really affected me in a very a grounding moment of a lot of question. But when I pass away one day, I don't want my individual institution of whatever school or university I work for to be the place that I worked at for 20 years and I gave my life and time to. Because just as quickly as I pass away, they will replace me with someone younger and a little bit cheaper and Black to fill my shoes. I want it to be the bridging legacies across campuses as my leading legacy. That is my success in leaving something for my kids that's promising and the rest of folks, because your time here is limited. And that's really my measurement of success of what legacy can I literally leave by my organization I've created.
Do you have a single story about a specific university where that gets elevated, highlighted, kind of as your flagship institution where you say, hey, I want them all to be like this, or this is closer to what I want them all to be?
I would definitely say, as I've done over 80 bios for Episcopal High School, my alma mater in Alexandria, Virginia, there's a moment where some of the students that I'm highlighting now that are college graduates or adults now, I work with them as their basketball coach. I was their mentor at the boarding school and dorm, and some of them are married now with kids. And there's a moment where they can say, Jonathan, you were the admissions officer that greeted me at the door to this institution. And now here you are still greeting me day to day as I'm a family person. For me, that connection is so important, again, because I believe in legacy. And so as I worked at Episcopal High School, I knew what it was to have one African-American mentor, maybe two, that meant a lot to me. And now that number has grown a little bit more, but I'm no longer at Episcopal. But I still keep my footing and my foundation there because I grew up in Alexandria primarily all of my educational years. And so for me, it's going back to the school that started my educational journey and providing synergy there and still creating a conduit for what these Black students are experiencing to let them know they are certainly not alone and that Mr. Lee, as they call me, or Coach Lee, is still there for them in support. And I plan on going back to graduation to see those freshmen that I left, to see them graduate and walk across the stage, and to do what I promised, to hand them my LLC business card, to tell them, want for nothing, I'm here to support you in your endeavor.
Cool. Now, we've talked a lot about what you're doing on campus. We've talked about what institutions can do in the process. Let's talk about the folks that you are supporting or that you're engaging. So let's talk about those, university professors, administrators, and students. What are some of the things that they can do to get more involved and engaged in this mission?
Well, first of all, they can follow me on Instagram at Bridging Legacies. They can also find me on LinkedIn under Jonathan Lee. I do a lot of good posting there. I'm a huge LinkedIn follower there. But they can also reach out to me via email, which I will say is jonathan.lee.blac@gmail.com. In that moment, it starts with basically a Calendly invite of a conversation. Every single bio I've done is driven and derives from a 30-minute to 1 hour Zoom session where I talk to each individual person. Every single thing I do is based upon a Zoom meeting. So any email where someone says they're interested, I immediately send them a Zoom link to get on their calendar, or from Calendly, which is a Black-owned company as well, which I love to talk about, to get on their calendar. And because I believe that there's a moment that emails are very dry. If I can grab a cup of coffee with them and they're in my area in Seattle, Washington, I do that all the time. But from that conversation, it's a connection there. And I believe even with job interviews and such, if I can get my foot in the door to do a face-to-face conversation, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to create synergy because I believe, hopefully I have the gift of gab. We'll see how folks feel about that. And as Dr. Kelly tells you how I did afterwards, and as you connect me later. But I believe that COVID kind of broke us a little bit in conversating with one another and being able to connect and provide positive autonomy. And it's a blessing that this internet's there. But with these universities, just reach out. again, I am all for connecting to have positive energy, because too many times we say we're going to make a change, but we don't follow up to actually see what that change means. And that's where I come in at to help.
Okay. And so I will add this to that. If you're a student on a campus, and whether you're struggling or you know others are struggling around an issue that involves race, diversity, feeling left out, not involved, etc., then there's something that needs to change, and that's an example for when you should reach out to Jonathan here and just say, hey, I'd like to do something about X, Y, and Z, or can you give me some suggestions for my campus, or can you give me some suggestions for me, etc. But the more that folks on campuses are stepping up and saying, I want to do something, I want to make a change, and then involving folks like you, Jonathan, the faster those changes will take place. And whether you're a professor, whether you're an administrator, a department head, a student, a freshman, a senior, doesn't matter. Any of those outreaches will be impactful. So
thank you so much.
Go ahead.
No, I said thank you so much for that, because it means a lot. And again, as an educator and admissions officer in the independent school sector, everything you said is important, because we're always learners. We're forever learners, no matter what we do and whatever skill set or industry that we're in.
Right. And I think it's also important. And I was talking with someone recently about the power of percentages and averages. That just says, look, if this is what our average or percentages in the population, then why are we not represented here? Why are we overrepresented here? And why are we always overrepresented in the negative things and underrepresented in the positive things? And that's where you can start, for your change. It just says, I want to change that from being overpopulated in that negative to, underrepresented in that negative. And now how do I do that?
You're so true. My wife can't stand me on Facebook when I get my little fingers ready that in Seattle, there's a little bit of crime. And in the moment that there's crime, I've noticed in this Facebook group we are in our neighborhood that they show these nice white photographs of the criminal or whatever have you, of the white criminal. But then they show this mugshot of the black folks in the neighborhood. And I chimed in and said, can you not do that? Because the father of a black children, it's inappropriate. And my wife said, oh no. And a big hornet's nest struck up. I'm like, that's not a positive narrative that you and this group are doing, which is a narrative across the country. And so again, I chime in to say, why is it always us as the monster? Why are we doing that? And that as I meet children, that is why I'm always positive as a black male. Because again, I want to break the narrative that I'm a dangerous threat, because my life depends on it. Mm-hmm. My son's life depends on it. And that's something that needs to be heard more, that we are not dangerous. That I want to get home to my family just as much as everyone else.
Okay. So to that point, how do you intend, or how would you like the impact of Black to be measured on campuses?
I want the impact of Black to be measured on campuses where there is a Black student organization. There is some Greek life on campuses that matches the Divine Nine to have those individuals feel great. If your campus is too small, being able to go remotely to find that other Divine Nine chapter somewhere else down the street or down the road. I want there to be faculty members that represent that. I also want there to be some DEI training and cultural competencies so that these administrators know how to provide the proper skill sets to say and navigate those difficult moments. I want there to be a moment that when something happens that's going on across the country, we don't disengage or force someone to resign and attack them in the same way as a Black woman, in the same way that they were accused of doing something wrong. I want there to be balance in that in a proper way, to not be told that we're plagiarists or that we don't know this or we only got hired because we were Black, because that discredits the whole process of the argument. I want institutions to stand behind the people they hire and respect them and honor them in a way, to not just throw them and cancel culture them in a way that's inappropriate. That's important, because again, we're working hard as people because we've been told as Black people, education is an equalizer, but we're still finding that's not the case. And so I want these universities to live up to their vision and missions. When I reach out to university presidents and DI directors, I go right to their vision and mission page and quote it to them and say, so what are you all living? How are you all living out your vision and mission? Because in that moment, that is heir apparent to what you're grounded on. That you're a nonprofit school, whatever, you're taking dollars to live up to that vision and mission. So you should be reaching that every day. And if you say, well, oh, Black lives don't really matter, or Black businesses or Black success isn't something we want to champion, we want to champion all success. Then I'm like, well, but you haven't championed Black success, so how can you do all? So again, that's what I believe these institutions and universities should be focusing on more, is being mindful and intentional.
So we all know how bad a rap DEI is getting in today's media, press, institutions, etc. Now, I also say that's no different. The things that are being said negatively about DEI were the same things that were said negatively about affirmative action, which are the same things that were said negatively about civil rights, which were the same things that were negatively said about getting rid of slavery. So nothing's changed in that. It's just the letters or the name of it, has changed. But how can students, in that environment where it's constantly being poo-pooed, negatively stated, etc., be an advocate, for diversity, for equity, for inclusion, how those become negative concepts, I'm not quite sure, although we really know why. So talk a little bit about that.
Being strong in your foundation. What you believe is important. There's a moment of you have to change the volume. Sometimes you need to be as loud as you can be, but other times, like your grandma told you, you get much further with sugar than you do with sourness. You got to be sweet about it and kind. So in that moment, be resilient. That as you do things, be ready to pivot, but also take the no's. There is a moment that those no's will turn into yeses. I have a social media campaign and a community outreach campaign where I send 5 emails to people asking, hey, this is Bridging Legacies Across Campuses. This is what I do. Next email, hey, second notice, are you interested? Hey, third notice, are you the right person? Fourth notice this. Fifth notice, you know what? You don't seem to be interested. I will remove you from the communication chain. I've read studies in marketing that it takes about 5 touch points for someone to want to approach your business, to have you in the back and forefront of your mind in that way. So as you do initiatives on campus for Black Lives Matter, Black success, for Black businesses, for a BSU group to be started, for a new affinity group, whatever it might be consistent in your approach. That one person didn't get lucky just shooting one shot and it goes in. Again, I use basketball again. Steph Curry looks great because he makes all those shots. One, he's gifted by God and the pedigree of his father and mother being Division I athletes. But 2, he did what my father told me. He put in 10,000, if not more, hours to be a professional. No one sees what it takes.
No one sees the work.
No one sees the work. You just see the output of him with his mouthpiece dangling out his mouth, making a shot from half court, and then turn around looking away. He can look away because when no one was looking, he put in 10 to 100,000 hours of effort. So I know students and teachers and administrators, you hear that, it's a lot, but you have to keep trying and be resilient. And that is something I wake up every morning as a parent and as a husband, knowing I can't give up.
All right. Now we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. One, the harder one, which is the challenges. What have been the biggest challenges that you face? And then talk about what the biggest challenge you see ahead.
The challenges that I face is someone telling me that Bridging Legacies Across Campus is exclusive and not inclusive because it's seeking to highlight Black and brown individuals.
Same argument with, again, DEI, affirmative action, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And there's one moment where, as an educator, I was only doing Black for Black students. And as one of the few minority teachers at the school, the Asian and Latinx students came to me and said, Mr. Lee, we understand Black Lives Matter and what you're doing, but no one's representing us. So as you hear me use Black or BIPOC, I incorporated BIPOC into my mission because in that moment in education, all those that are not white were under this umbrella of Black. So in that moment, that was the narrative that I dealt with. What you're building is only highlighting brown people, but you're excluding white people. Again, I go back to my statement earlier. When you look at those alumni magazines for different universities, they're predominantly white. It's the Black and brown students that are being voided and telling you about their announcements. And the thing I'll say as well, as you've moved about your life, Sydney, how many times have you given a change of address and your universities of study have sent you a white envelope asking for money, but they didn't check on you in COVID? If you had a childbirth or a wedding, they didn't check on you. But that white envelope mysteriously arrives at your doorstep asking for money sight unseen.
Right.
Again, there's a narrative there. There's more than just giving dollars back. Time and volunteer is important. So again, that's my biggest pain point, is being told what I'm doing is exclusive.
Okay. Now the easy question, but hopefully the most impactful question: how can people reach out to you to be able to get involved, learn more, you provide resources, any of those kinds of things?
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much for that. Simply by going to bridginglegaciesacrosscampuses.org, there's a form down the bottom of the website. Again, if you look for me on LinkedIn, I am on there, Jonathan E. Lee. You will find me. I am someone that believes in everything. My information is on the website that you can reach out. In that moment, on Instagram, there's also the Bridging Legacies handle as well. That platform, those are the best. I answer every email. I check it religiously. We have our cell phones. I got an Apple Watch Ultra, so I'm ultra checking everything all day long. And so I am always available. And just want to say, this wonderful platform of Black Business Network and what Dr. Kelly and what you're stepping in to do as a moderator is absolutely phenomenal. And I am so honored to be here because it's so important. Again, I remember back in the day when FUBU came about, for us, by us, right? And it didn't really take off as much as it should have. And you wore it and you looked at it. And now I really know what FUBU means as I think about that and what it meant as I wore that T-shirt in middle school. And just want to say I'm honored to be here to be able to talk about this.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for telling more about what you're doing, but more importantly, thank you for doing what you're doing. There are tons of students and professors out there who will reap the benefit, but who also, I'm hopeful, will want to get involved and want to help spread the mission that you're on, to support all those students who are in need of that on their individual campuses. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And folks out there, you have a way to get a hold of him. Again, it's Bridging Legacies Across Campuses, and Jonathan Lee. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With you. Yep. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So a great mission, a great opportunity, for folks to get involved. And again, if you're on a campus, you're a student, you're a professor, you know the things that you're struggling with, or you see the things that others are struggling with. And it would be great to get involved, to be able to put systems in place, put structures in place, put networks in place, that would support those folks in those situations. So please reach out to him. So I want to take time to promote our scholarship and what the Black Business Expo is all about. The Black Business Expo is a fundraiser, and it's here to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo, as a fundraiser for students, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App and the account number that should be scrolling across the bottom of the screen, $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you are a student listening out there, you can register online at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. I'd like to also thank our sponsors for this month, January 2024. Those sponsors include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, just lost the link, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5 Star, BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and owner of two companies, Strategic Solutions and Uertis A. Decus LLC. I'm a business growth and improvement specialist. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon. Also your next speaker. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. As I mentioned in the introduction for this section, I am also your speaker for this hour. And the topic I'm going to talk about actually comes from some conversations I've had over the course of this week. One, right here on the Black Business Network. I was doing a presentation earlier in the week, and one of the moderators came on and asked me a question about the biggest challenge that I find as a business growth and improvement coach or specialist that I find businesses struggling with. And I told them without pause, hands down, it's about this topic that I'm going to talk about now. But I added a little caveat into there about how that can be addressed and resolved, by the business on their own. But in subsequent days, I've had 2 other conversations which added some more insight as to what I want to cover today in the conversation. It's kind of the next step from this information. So I want to talk about overcoming funding obstacles to grow your business. So again, it's overcoming funding obstacles to grow your business. And this is one of the biggest challenges that any business have, and all businesses have in general, is how to secure funding, where to get it from, etc. But before I go into any of that, let me talk a little bit about my background, my experience that will give you some insight as to why I can speak to this, and why I have some valuable information about this. I have a diverse background, very diverse background, both in corporate, as an entrepreneur, in education, academia, as an adjunct professor. So from a corporate perspective, I spent the first 15 years of my career, working with a variety of Fortune 50 companies, whether that was PepsiCo, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, Eastman Kodak, International Paper, and a whole host of others in a variety of positions and roles and responsibilities, working my way up through the organization, doing every role on the cost side, first as a project engineer, then moving on to manufacturing and operations management at a local level, manufacturing and operations design, manufacturing strategy, working on designing and developing an operation from R&D all the way through startup, as well as managing global operations, et cetera. Ultimately moving on to the business side, the general business side, managing P&Ls up to $100 million in revenue, and global operations and global products. But also on the entrepreneurial side, managing, owning, operating, and leading a group of 15 location restaurants, turning and transforming those from no profit, operating at a loss, to profitable, but also as a consultant and a coach, guiding hundreds of businesses along the way in my 20 plus years as a consultant, to help them grow their business. But then as an adjunct professor as well, teaching every topic within the College of Business for several colleges and universities here in the New York City area. So, I bring all of those experiences to the conversation I'm going to have today, and the things that I'm going to be relaying to you, and the things that I've seen, the things that I've done, the things I've helped coach people through, et cetera. So what I want to accomplish today is really to provide you some actionable strategies, some specific things that you can do, whether you're starting a business or running a long-term business and operation, to help you understand, one, the reasons why most loans or funding applications are denied, and the steps that you should take before you apply in order for that not to happen. I want to focus on helping you to learn the growth activities that funders will most often support. Then also want to help you with some strategies around discovering funding sources from for growth activities of your business, like equipment, or for marketing campaigns, or R&D, patent applications and protection, hiring new staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Third, I want to help you have some strategies around discovering funding sources for specific startup activities or startup businesses. And then I guess the last thing, give you some strategies that you can use for getting free assistance, free advice on the funding application process. So those are some of the things I want to do today. But I'm going to add a little bonus in there. I want to talk about the next step. After all these things that I show you, what's the next step in becoming your own bank? So that's the objective for the conversation. And all that in less than 30 minutes. Can you believe it? So first, what's the status, current day? The biggest challenge for all businesses is always around access to capital, access to credit, cash flow. But there's more things that we can do about that than we do. But the reality is that 75% of all small business owners say that right now, either the current tax system or the lending process prevents them from getting access to the capital that's sufficient for them to either start or expand their business. So 75% say, look, either the way the tax system is structured and the lending process itself, I can't get what I need in terms of money or access to capital to either start my business or to expand my business operations. 20% of businesses fail in the first year. 50% of businesses fail by their 5th year. And the number one reason why businesses fail is a lack of cash flow, a lack of access to funding or capital. The number one reason. So those are some pretty stark numbers. Here's what's also important to know. 43% of all small businesses apply for loans historically. So on average, over the course of time, almost half of small businesses are going to apply for a loan. Half of those businesses are going to be declined. And if you look at major banks decline 86% of small business loans. So you go to those big banks, the national banks. I won't mention any names here to embarrass folks, but any national bank, global bank, et cetera, when you're applying to them as a small business for a loan, it's going to come back stamped, denied, declined. Credit unions, a little bit better, but they decline about 80%. And even alternative lenders, and we all get those, emails. We fund everything, blah 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 blah. 72% of those alternative lenders decline funding applications, and these numbers are much worse for women and minority-owned businesses. So we can, take that to another level in the conversation. So what are some of the reasons why applications get declined? It's really seven reasons why funding applications get declined. 1, deficient documentation. What does that mean? The documents, so every lender, when they're going to consider your application for funding, your request for funding, tells you, fill out my form, send me in this information. Fill out this form, send in these documents, this information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One reason, and probably the most frequent reason it's declined, is the documentation is inconsistent or inaccurate, meaning that the documentation that you provided doesn't align with what you said in the application process. The revenue you said you had doesn't match up with the documents that you provided to show or to supposedly support your revenue. Or the number of employees doesn't match, or, so there's some information in there it's just not accurate. This is not what we've been able to find in our research as we're looking for, getting, the information and the application that you submitted. Or it's inconsistent. You say this thing over here on this document, and you say something else over here on that document. And so, that's an important piece. The second part of that deficient documentation is there's stuff missing. We've asked you for something and you haven't provided it. Now, I've heard a lot of different stories when this happens. When I'm talking to my clients and, they said, oh, I got declined and and I said, well, tell me why, show me the letter, et cetera. When it says there's something missing and I ask them about that, their responses sometimes are things like, well, I didn't think that was important. Or, I thought that was personal and, they shouldn't need to know that. If you are asking someone for money or for any kind of help or resource, then you need to follow the process that they are requesting. So you don't get to decide, at least, and still get, what you're asking for. You don't get to decide what they should or shouldn't get. Now, you can decide it, but then they're going to decline it. And that's what happens in many of those applications. So deficient documentation is one reason why your funding application will be declined. Poor credit score. And whether you're applying as an individual or as a business, credit scores are always important. Now, we've gotten used on the personal side what credit scores are, what credit bureaus issue them or provide the data, and how some of us know how to manage them to go up or what will make them go down. But the same thing is true on the business side. So there are a lot more credit bureaus and a lot more formats for getting a business credit score. And so it's important for you to know and understand when you're applying for credit, what's going to be used. Is it going to be your personal credit score? Is it going to be your business credit score? Which one's better? And which one you should be pursuing, but also understanding exactly where each one of those are at the given time that you're going to be applying. And the reason why it will get declined is that your credit score shows you as a high risk, whether that's the personal credit score shows you as a high risk, or the business credit score shows you as a high risk. Third reason, short track record. What does that mean? Most applications are going to ask for 2 years of business history. And if you're less than 2 years, a startup, have less than 2 years of experience, typically most funders want nothing to do with you. They'll just simply say, no, we won't fund you until you get to this point, which if you are a startup, a new technology, you have an innovative product or service, and you're looking for funding to get that going, that can be a problem. That can be an issue. And so it's important for you to know and understand these are some of the reasons why, and we'll talk a little bit later about what things you can do to overcome that. Fourth reason, insufficient collateral. So when you're giving or when you're requesting a loan and someone's going to give a loan, they want some assurances they're going to get their money back. Now, in most cases, they're looking at your financial history, which is what a credit score will provide them, to see how trustworthy you are. But they're also going to be looking at your past financial performance, which is what that short track record is all about. Hey, we don't have enough history on you to say whether you're going to be able to pay this, whether you will pay this back or not. And so in those cases, they might ask for some collateral. Give me something of value of yours that I can hold on to that is at least as equal to value or maybe more than value than the amount of money you're asking me, and then I'll give you the loan. And I'm going to hold on to that collateral until you repay that whole loan, and then I'll give it back to you. The reason why it might get declined is you had a poor credit score, you had a short track record, and you didn't have enough collateral, for them to feel comfortable with that risk. Fifth reason, the industry risk. So there are certain industries that are just highly risky operations. And there's a history of businesses in that segment starting and failing, etc. So, lenders have gotten concerned and have an aversion to lending in those spaces. What are some of those industries? Restaurants, contractors or construction companies. Those kind of businesses have a low barrier to entry, and so it's easy to get into. And so there, it's for a lender, they're going to be really skeptical and really hesitant about lending unless those other things above that I told you about are really in place. A great credit score, a great business score, a long track record, sufficient capital or collateral, to be able to support this capital request. Sixth reason, no business plan or poor business plan. So they're looking for, what are you going to do with this money? And if I give it to you, and how is that going to allow your business to move forward? And so that we have a good feeling that when we lend you this money, it's going to be put to good use and there are going to be good outcomes. And therefore we're going to get, our money plus interest, that the loan requires paid back. And if you don't have a business plan or your business plan is pretty sketchy, light on details, poor in format, they're going to, immediately thumb their nose up at that and, decline the loan. Last, not least, but last, the amount requested is too high, or the ability for you to repay it is too risky, too sketchy, too questionable. And so for things like that, they might look at your financials and look at your debt to equity ratios or your debt to earnings ratios and say, no, you're asking for too much based on the size of your business or the income that you're generating and therefore your ability to repay this back. So these are the 7 reasons when you're applying for credit that someone will or could decline you for. And so what do you do? How do you resolve some of that? Before we get into that though, let me talk about when lenders approve loan applications, what do they like to see and what do they? So yes, well, they can decline for all those reasons, but when they approve them, why do they approve them? And what do they approve them for? The highest percentage loan that's approved is what's called a merchant fee cash advance loan. What is that? That's your credit card sales that you took today in your business that will take a few days to settle with the credit card company before you get the money in your bank account. What many lenders will do is give you loans based on your credit card receipts. Why? Because they are guaranteed. They're guaranteed money. The sales already happened. And so all they're doing is lending you your own money because you don't have it yet, or because you will be delayed in getting it. Accounts receivable cash advance loans. So again, that's money you've already made. You've sold some services or products, and you haven't gotten paid from your client or customer yet because you've given them terms, 30 days, 28 days, 2 weeks, 15 days, whatever that might be. And so the money is still coming in or still to come in to you. And so they will look at your accounting balance sheets and say, hey, you've got some receivables coming in. Yeah, some of those are risky, but you're going to get much of that. You've already done the work. We'll give you some cash, but we'll take those receipts when they come in. So those are very low risk loans, for a lender. And so they will happily give you money on that. So it's like the Wimpy principle. I'll gladly pay you for the burger today, when I get paid on Tuesday. So they're just looking at giving you your money in advance from the time that you were going to get it. What are some other loans that they will often approve? Auto or equipment loans. So if you're buying a tangible asset, they will more likely approve you for a loan on that because, again, it's collateral. They can always come in and get that asset back. It's a physical, tangible asset that they can go pick up, that they can repossess, and get some money back for it. So it's less risky for them. Business lines of credit are things that they will often provide, again, because they can limit their risk exposure. And those are things that, you're typically using to pay for kind of everyday expenses. Business mortgages, they will often, fund and lend for the same kind of reason. And again, why for all of these? Because they're low risk or no risk, and there's collateral associated with that. And so they're willing to go a little bit, further out on a limb. But even with that, remember the numbers that I talked about. Half of them are still getting declined because of the 7 reasons that I talked about just previous to this. So what are some strategies that you can use to overcome these 7 obstacles? 1, on the deficiency of documentation. Give them what they want. Give them what they ask for. So it's not about what you think they should be asking for, or what you think they should use, or what you think isn't important for them to know. It's what they say that they want. So you need to give them what they want, how they want it, or don't apply for the loan. It's their money, it's their process, and then you've got to follow that. So if you want to, have an opportunity to be approved for it, make sure your documentation is in order and tight to what they're requesting and asking for. And in fact, when you submit it, make sure you're contacting them and saying, hey, I just want to make sure I got it all right. Is everything there that you were looking for? Is everything in the right format, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Poor credit score. Now, some of you say, well, there's nothing I can do about that. There's plenty you can do about that. Even if your credit score is horrible on the personal side or the professional or the business side. And the idea then is before you start applying is to do some things to increase the score. You can typically increase your score on both the personal and on the business in less than 6 months. And there's some specific tactics and strategies you can use for that. On the personal side, it's about understanding what are the components to that score, which ones have the most impact, and which ones then you can improve the quickest, to jump up that score. Typically, there's going to be little that you can do if you've had a bad payment history. There's going to be little you can do in the next 6 months to change that, because they go back looking at, I think it's 7 years. So you're not going to change that very much. However, there are some other things on the personal side, increasing the amount of credit that you have issued in your name, the decreasing the amount of credit you've utilized that's been issued in your name. All of those things are things that you can do that will improve your credit score and improve it pretty quickly. On the business side, there are things that you can do to improve that by buying and paying off services very quickly. So even if I have no business credit, and there are companies out there that will help you do that, for a fee, or you can do those things on your own. Getting approved for a credit card and using all of that credit card to buy all of your supplies, all of your operating expenses each month, even though you had the cash to do it, and then immediately pay that off, with the cash that you were going to use, instead. That builds a financial history and then allows you to build your credit score very quickly. There are a million other strategies. Okay, maybe not a million, but there are lots of other strategies in that same area. I won't have time to go through them all here. Short track record. That you started up, that you are a startup, or that you've been in business less than 2 years. Well, truth is, nothing you're going to do about that. That's what you are. That's where you are. You can look for now some places that might be an alternative source, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And there's some things that you can do with your business, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But you're not going to do anything to change how long you've been in business. Insufficient collateral. One thing to do there is really about looking at some of these alternative strategies that I'll talk about in a minute, but also having a better business plan. So the more that you can talk about what you're going to do with these funds, even though the collateral may not be what they want, they might look at your plan and look at your success in executing other parts of your plan in prior time and say, you know what, we feel good about this. We trust that. But if you don't have a good business plan and you have insufficient collateral, they're not going to feel comfortable with taking on that risk. So making sure that you have a better business plan, a more detailed business plan, all of those things linked up and lined up in terms of how you're going to use the funds, what it's going to mean in terms of increase in revenues, increase in profits, reduction of cost, increase in quality, increase of reach, to your market, are all going to be pluses for you in terms of getting approval. Industry risk, same as above. It's really about having a better plan. So if you're in one of those segments that I talked about, restaurants, construction, etc., it's really about just having a detailed business plan that really identifies what you're doing differently and how you're doing it better than everyone else out there, so that you can be a more trusted source and ending spot for the funds that you're requesting. No or poor business plan. Now, I just talked about those before. You have a great one. One of the things that you can do is a growth assessment plan. It's one of the things I work with my clients on. I give them or work with them on developing a comprehensive growth assessment plan that looks at every aspect and category of their business and what things that they're going to do, and what small changes they're going to make in these key areas so that their business grows, typically doubling in that 12-month time frame. And so when you can lay all of those things out specifically and then start working that plan, then obviously your business grows. But having that worked out and then incorporating that into your business plan gives the lenders the comfort that you're credible. You're a credible business to lend to, and a responsible individual is going to make sure that gets paid back. The amount requested or is too great, or the ability to repay is in question or concern. That's about growing your revenue and growing your profits. Now, here's the thing. What I just talked about, that growth assessment plan, leads specifically to that. When the gentleman asked me earlier in this week when I was doing the presentation, what's the biggest challenges to business? I said it's access to capital and cash flow, just like I told you here today. But what I added was, but all of that, so even though that's the biggest challenge and the biggest risk for businesses, the truth, however, is that we control that by our execution and how well that we manage the key processes, the 5 key processes that drive all business growth, drive growth in revenue and drive growth in profits. And so if we do those things well, then we drive enough increased revenue and enough improved profits that ultimately, next step, we become our own bank. We have enough profits then to be able to fund our own activities. or to fund our retirement, or all these other things that I'll touch base on briefly in a second. Last thing you can do in terms of overcoming these obstacles, alternative strategies. So are there things that you can do to be get better terms, accounts payable terms with your suppliers, the people that you're buying materials from? Can you get your terms to be, instead of net 25, to be net 45, meaning that you'll pay those off in 45 days. You don't have to pay them off in 25 days. In effect, you've just gotten 25 days worth of expenses as a sizable loan to your business. Can you reduce your accounts receivable, meaning instead of giving your customers a 40-day or 30-day time to repay, that you give them 10 days to repay, and maybe you take a slight reduction in the invoicing amount if they pay it within 10 days. So there's strategies you can use there. You can reduce order quantities with better delivery terms, meaning I'm not going to buy as much each time, but I need you to give me better delivery terms, meaning that you will be there when I ask for it to be there. That will help improve cash flow and reduce the amount of cash that you're having tied up. You can also look for strategies that will reduce the amount that you're paying up front for your supplies by negotiating annual deals with very small order quantity amounts. So there are all these alternative things you can do from a business perspective, a business operations perspective, that will give you more flexibility in utilization of your cash, and therefore increase or improve your cash flow. But I'm going to go back to the thing about the growth assessment plan and the growing your revenues and profits. That becomes the thing, though, that is in your control for every one of us as business owners, whether we're startups, have been going on for a couple of years, or where we're a long-standing business with lots of revenue and maybe even lots of profits, that we can do things that are very small changes in how we do things, what our processes are, what our procedures are, what our behaviors are, that will grow our revenues and that will grow our profits. So what are the processes that we're using for evaluating and analyzing our costs on an ongoing basis, so that we're being more efficient? What are the things that we're doing as a process that helps us identify better what our target market wants and needs, so that we provide a better product or service to them that is of higher value proposition, that allows us to charge a higher price, that drives our revenues up? What are the things that we are doing in terms of deepening that relationship with them, because we know them and know what they want, that allows us to be more effective in our cross-sell, so that they're buying more from that one customer than they were before, and therefore increasing our revenues and increasing our profits, because the cost of those sales are going to be lower, because we don't have to spend as much on advertising and sales costs, et cetera, et cetera. So there are lots of those things that we can do in terms of just managing our business more effectively. To do that, though, we have to make sure that we are managing our business, working on our business, not just simply taking up time working in our business. So that's where I always talk about that 80-20 rule that we've all heard about, speak to often, where we are spending 80% of our time on the things that generate maybe 20% of our profits and our revenues, and we're spending 20% of our time on the things that generate 80% of our profits, 80% of our revenues. And we always get it twisted, but we never understand why and how. And generally speaking, it's those things that seem urgent, seem important, that really aren't. It's those things that have the appearance of being a fire. I call it firefighting and rat killing, that seem to be a fire and therefore need to be put out right away. Seem to be a rat in our kitchen, so we need to go kill it right away. They're typically not as urgent as we think they are, and so that takes us away from the time we could be spending on those vital few tasks and activities that drive growth from our business. And I tell folks tell this all the time. There are only 5 things that grow your business: getting more leads, converting more of those leads to sales, getting more transactions out of each one of those conversions. So getting the customers, to buy more, deepen the relationship, being able to charge a higher price because your value proposition for those clients is much tighter, and then reducing your cost through more efficient operations. So you need to be, as a business owner, spending your time on those things so that you can make sure that your business is growing. And if you are spending your time on the strategies that will drive that, changing how you're doing those things, the impact on your revenue and profits is explosive. So when I'm working with my clients on that stuff, getting them to identify those, key small things that need to be changed in those key areas, this is how I'm able to help them, double their profits in that 12 months or less time frame, because I'm getting them to focus only on these strategies and activities. Let the other folks that you have in the business manage those tasks and strategies. Yes, you're going to need to follow up with them and have your occasional meeting to make sure they're on track, but you're not going to be spending all your time on a day-to-day basis as the owner, doing those things. You need to be spending your time as the president, chief executive officer, chief cook and bottle washer, as the head of the organization. You need to be spending your time making sure you're focusing on what are the procedures, what are the behaviors that we are using in these 5 areas that are going to get the results that we want. That's how you then get enough information or get enough, profits flowing through to the bottom line that you can take that next step. And the next step is you becoming your own bank. Now I've got enough profits, enough excess sitting there where I get to decide, how do I use that? Do I use that to fund my growth of my business? I will fund my own equipment. I don't need to wait for somebody else to approve a loan or can't move forward because I can't get a loan approved, etc. I can also look at, well, maybe I use those profits to put into retirement kinds of accounts that are tax incentives and good tax strategies. That's for you, for your long-term basis. You can look for those kinds of insurance products that you could fund that will actually help you pay for your business operating expenses. So the same expenses you were going to use anyway, the same money that you were going to spend anyway, you can then buy. There are certain insurance products that you can fund that will give you income that will allow you to pay for those business operating expenses, and those things are tax-free. So you're getting a double benefit out of that. So there are all of these kinds of things that we can do on both the business and the personal level. So just like there are those insurance products for the business, you can create those kind of insurance products that will have tax benefits and long-term retirement or savings benefits to you as well. That will benefit you and help you pass on generational wealth, or just use for your gray hair days to be restful, relaxing, doing travel and spending it with your family and friends. So I've run out of time here today. I really appreciate you taking a look and a listen for what I had to offer. One of the things I will suggest, if you want to get in touch with me, one, to hear more about how can you get a growth assessment for your business, how can you see what the growth opportunities are in your for your company or for your business, for changing these strategies in these 5 key areas. You can reach out to me. I have a simulator that I use to help map that out for folks, to show them what they're able to achieve in terms of growth for their business. You can reach me at Sydney W at solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's Sydney, SIDNEY, W at solutionswithresults.com. Email me, tell me you're interested in simulating your profit growth or having a profit growth assessment, and I'll reach back out to you. You can also just go to my website, solutionswithresults.com, and you can get information about what I do, how I do it. There's also some free marketing materials that you can get there. You can go to my second website, solutionswithresultsacademy.com. That's a website where I have a ton of training, tools, templates to help you manage and grow your business. So reach out to me in any one of those ways. Would love to be able to help you in moving that forward and talking to you about, again, how can you become your own bank? How can you use the growth of your business and the profits that you generate from that to become your own bank on both the business and the personal side? So thanks for listening. The Black Business Expo, as we've said before, is a fundraising opportunity. So we're trying to raise funds for K through 12 students or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo, as I said, is a fundraiser for those students. You can donate by going to blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App, and the account number should be rolling under the screen. The account number is $BBXUSA. Again, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and $5,000 or up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at that same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So remember, please donate to the scholarship fund. Also want to thank the sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for this month, January 2024. Those sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for listening. Hope to hear from each and every one of you soon. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your... Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. More around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Foti. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC and Expressions of Humanity Foundation, co-founder of Easy Step Group, and chief coordinator for Fave Unite TV, and also the director of operations for Vision Afrique Development. I am your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa, for this afternoon's episode and work with the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Norma Hallis. Dr. Norma Hallis is an international authority on authenticity and self-awareness. She is a dynamic speaker, coach, teacher, and leader who is doing her part to make the world a better place. She is not your average entrepreneur because she approaches business to fulfill her role as a change agent. Her life path is to impact the world in multiple ways. Her passion is writing programs for human development around the theme of authenticity and turning them into training processes to deepen self-awareness and expand consciousness. Her programs are based on 30 years of research in the human nature of personal, professional, and spiritual perspectives. Norma and her programs offer a fresh approach to life, living, business, and leadership for individuals and the organizations they lead. I present to you Dr. Norma Hallis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enolia, for your wonderful introduction. I appreciate that, and it's very nice to meet you. Hope you have a wonderful day and enjoying the opportunity to be the host for the Black Business Network.
And thank you. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world. It is a delight to be here with you. And we're talking today about diversity and equity. And what I'm here to do is give you another perspective. You know, sure, we know we've got the challenges. We spent so many years, and so many of us have had great success in our own careers because of the opportunities that we received with the diversity, the DEI perspective that's been around in the world for a long time. But here we are with the change again. You know, they keep changing, trying to throw us back and give other things. So what I'm here to do today is to give you another angle, another perspective to get the same thing done. Because in reality, DEI and how we live our life has a lot to do with our consciousness, with how we approach things, our perspective in the world. So what I'm here to do today is give you a perspective that will allow you to continue your work with DEI under a different framework. So my framework comes from the concept of authenticity. As Dr. Enolia mentioned, I am known as the godmother of authenticity because I spent 30 years understanding authenticity from personal, professional, and spiritual perspectives. I was kind of downloaded a system that you see represented behind me that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. And then I spent 12 years understanding how to use this grid. And now we're getting it out there in the world in many ways. And I'm going to tell you up front that I'm going to be inviting you to participate in our webinar that's taking place next week, Thursday, February the 1st. I'm going to give you the address for it and when I conclude myself today, because that will help you see how you can learn even more about authenticity and how you can use it, especially if you are a coach. So the authenticity grid was developed from 30 years when I started when I was 28. When I was 28, I found myself in a situation that my parents had really set me up for, that I'm supposed to be happy with a husband with a good job and married and having a great cars and wonderful house. And it was the wrong person, the wrong time. I didn't know who I was, and I was miserable. So I spent 30 years understanding, who am I? What are the compositions that make me human? And after I finished, I was the owner of a speaker bureau. I was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers. And I tested my process, and they were very aligned with it. And I found that how I saw myself, everyone else was aligned with the same concept. So right now where I'm at is I have multiple people from around the world, including South Africa, who are being trained or already trained to teach my process in their organizations and in their coaching practices. So I'm looking for right now coaches, speakers, and other trainers who would like to learn the system, either as a coach or as a facilitator, to take this into your coaching practice or into your the organizations you may be working with. We're going to be entering corporate America later on this year, and we're looking for people who can help us, speakers who can speak about it, and trainers who can help us train it, and coaches who can use it in their own practice and also use it with us as well. So let me help you understand some 9 or 10 different ways you can approach diversity from a consciousness perspective and help people become more authentic. Because in reality, people lose their authenticity. When I have my speaker bureau, so many of the clients that came to me said to me, well, Norma, I've been in the corporate world for 10, 20, or 30 years, and I lost myself. And I don't know who I am anymore. And we know that's what happens. And as African Americans, we really have to be careful, because not only are we losing ourselves in corporate America, we're losing ourselves around the world. I was just in Nassau last month, and I looked around, and some of the buildings and the hotels no longer have the culture of the Bahamas, of Nassau. They're being bought out by China, they're being bought out by Jamaica, they're being bought out by other things, and so it's taking it away. And so it's up to us, those of us who are coaches, speakers, leaders, entrepreneurs, to do all we can to maintain our culture, because it's being taken from us. So let's talk about it, not from a DEI perspective, cloaked in the concept of authenticity. So first of all, if you look at the grid, I'm going to teach from the grid that's behind me. And when I originally did the grid, it was designed for individuals, and we've expanded it now to be designed for organizations as well. After all, again, DEI and authenticity are both about consciousness and changing the consciousness of the people who we're serving. So when we talk about the inner voice of the person, the voice that no one hears but ourselves, we're the only ones who hear our own inner voice. From a corporate perspective, inner refers to the employees and how the employees are being treated. The outer voice, which you see behind me here, represents how other people perceive you. And from a corporate perspective, it represents the organization as a whole. And the expressive voice on the blue side, from a personal side, is how we express ourselves as individuals. And from a corporate perspective, it's how you're connecting with the community and helping the community maintain its culture. So let's talk about each one individually. On the inner voice side, you first see the word intuition and how that relates to an organization and its employees has to do with how do you listen to your employees. You know, the employees are the front line. They're the ones that are being seen by the public. They're the interface between the customers or clients and the organization itself. So you want to keep them happy and you want to be able to listen to them. I did some consulting work a few years ago from a popular radio station. And as I was working with the salespeople in that corporation, they were saying they don't listen to us. I've been here 40 years and they're not listening to me. But how do you know what's going on if you don't listen? So a lot to do with the intuition. Ask the question, are you listening to and respecting the ideas of employees? If you can't go in with a DEI perspective, maybe you can go in from the perspective of how are you listening? You can learn so much from listening to your employees. And when your employees are a diverse group of people and you listen to them, you're enhancing the DEI perspective. The second dimension that you see there is integrity, which has to do with values. And as far as a corporate perspective, what's the value system of the corporation? One of the big challenges I see in the society as a whole today is that we don't share values. We don't share the same values. When I travel around the world, I ask the question a lot, what is one value that as a society we all agree on? And no one can really answer that question. We've tried things like love and compassion and other things that you don't see in traffickers and others who are doing terrible things with humanity. And also those values are changing too with AI coming in. The number of layoffs and firings that are taking place where AI is taking over. Authenticity has a lot to do with putting people over profit. But corporates don't quite see it that way. It's just amazing to me that the long-term goal, maybe it's just the money. I'm naive enough to think that somewhere along the line, humanity comes in there and plays a good role, because how do you get work done without humanity? I guess the answer is AI. But then what happens to humanity? So what can you do and how can you address that? And one of those issues is values. One of the things that we are looking to go into corporations with is helping them to identify their corporate values. On a personal side, there was a show out a long time ago called Wife Swap, and I just refused to watch it for several years. And I finally decided to watch it, and it amazed me how certain families raise their children with one particular value. I saw a lot of sports families. I saw some goth families. I saw some church families, a lot of variety. So what's the values of your family? What's the values of your organization you're working for? What's the values of the companies that you run? When you hire to values, there's a greater likelihood that the people you hire are going to be more aligned with you. If a company does not know its values, does not share its values, and does not hire by values, then you're going to have a lot more discord. It's going to be inclusions that causes us to be in alignment. And alignment is important for success. So ask yourself the question, what does your company value? The company you work for or the one you run? And how do these values show up in the company's mission statement and endings? And since we can't do D&I, maybe we can just do values perspective and help them find values that are consistent and aligned with the overall organization. And if you're the entrepreneur, you have the opportunity to make those values, is to determine those values, to collectively identify those values for your company. The bottom line, I know you can't see it because of the way the screen is, it's inspiration. Inspiration has to do with how are you inspiring your employees and how are you rewarding them? Inspiration comes a lot from the rewards. When you tell them job well done, when a 360 is not just to tell you the things you did wrong, but to emphasize first and highly focus on the wonderful things, the great things. And one of the things that I do with this authenticity process is we don't talk about weaknesses. We talk about vulnerabilities, because that's where you are vulnerable. And how can you fortify the areas that you have vulnerabilities in? So what about approaching the DEI perspective from the perspectives of what's driving the organization? Is it money and money alone? Is that the only value that the company has? How can you help the company identify values that represent what the company's mission is and also is alignment with the people who are hired there? And that is a really, really important part, especially if you're an entrepreneur growing a business. Hire people whose values, whose drive, whose internal messages are aligned with yours. We are who we are on the inside. That's where our authenticity comes from. We are happiest when our authenticity is allowed to be exhibited in an organization, in a company that we built or that we work for, that's aligned with our values, with our authenticity. If it's not, you've got issues. And you've got issues that are very hard to overcome, particularly when you do this at a young age and don't know who you are yet. And then you figure out who you are and you find you're in the wrong place. So values is one of the most important things in finding a job and moving yourself forward. So that's the inner voice. Now let's talk about the outer voice. Let me move over a little bit so you can actually see what I have here. I'm going to probably move this way. So the outer voice also has 3 dimensions. The first is net wellness, which has to do with balance. How is your company balanced? How are the elements of your company? And we're talking about, in many ways, the profit, the P&L. How is that balance? How are you balancing the wellness of the company in terms of your bottom line, in terms of economically what you're doing, in terms of socially, how you're integrating the employees into the listening to them so that the senior management can make decisions based on what the front line is saying. You definitely want to keep your front line happy and the people who are working for you. I just moved my company from pretty much a single person, and now I have a 5-member executive team. So it's a whole new perspective. But the one thing I made sure along the way is that I brought in people who share my values. So as I move myself out of running the company and work more as a coach and consultant and speaker and trainer for the company, I'm leaving the management of it in the hands of people who share my values. And as we begin to bring investors in and others who will help us to grow the business from a financial perspective, it's very important to me. As a matter of fact, last week I turned down a $3 million investor. And I turned it down because the values were not aligned with my values. I spent 44 years developing my process. I don't want to give it up to someone who only wants to make money, because as Dr. Enolia mentioned, I have my business because that's the way I can do life the way I want to do life, the way it's aligned with my values. And I suggest you consider the same. It hasn't been easy. It's been very challenging, but the payoff has been wonderful. If I had one $3 million investor that wanted to invest, I can find another one. And I can find one that's aligned with my values. I might do it a different way because there's more than one way to make things work. But that keeps the net wellness of my company healthy, because I brought healthy people on who are aligned with my values. And that keeps me with my own DEI with a great deal of equity in terms of the people who are aligned, because the message that we're giving is aligned with what my vision is for the company. Consider that also for your own company. In the middle of the grid is network. And network is in the middle because we don't do anything if it's not about other people. We've no way we can go through the world by ourselves, the quality and quantity of your relationships. So from a company perspective, it has a lot to do with your strategic alliances. Who are the companies and the people that you are aligned with to make your business grow? It's just like the $3 million investor group. They were not aligned with what I'm about. So to have allowed them invest in my company, I would have been very, very, very unhappy, and my life's work could have been altered in a way that I would not have wanted to be altered. So that's keeping the culture that I talked about earlier. So you have to keep that in mind as you grow your business, as you move forward, as you do things that allow you to grow. Who are the people that you are bringing in? And we talk about quality and quantity alliances. There will be some alliances, your major investors, your senior team, your executive teams, that will be your quality people. And you want to make sure that they are as much aligned with you and what you're about as absolutely possible. And if you're on a senior team of a corporate company, you want to make sure that you're aligned with the values of that company. Because if you're not, you're going to be one of those people that came to me after 20, 30 years somewhere saying, I've lost myself because I had to be who the company wanted me to be. If you can't be your authentic self in a company, then chances are you don't belong there. Now, I know our parents tell us to go do this and go do that, and we got degrees for those purposes. But now that we're grown and been in the world for 10 plus years, and we know a little bit more about ourselves, it's important to align yourself with who you are, not just with what's going to make you money. Because trust me, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, then money's going to come anyway. May not be easy, but it's going to come, and you stay steadfast to that no matter what. So the question there is, what are the company's strategic alliances? Who does the company do business with? Do business with those who represent the culture that you're bringing and respect that culture and are in alignment with your mission and values. The bottom of there is net wealth. And net wealth, we all in the world think it has to do with money. And I suggest to you that it has to do with joy and abundance. what really brings you joy in the world. You know, when I owned my speaker bureau, I met a lot of speakers making a lot of money, and a lot of them were not joyful. They said one thing on stage and something else was going on in their personal life. That happens everywhere. My first job, I was director of Head Start programs, working in nonprofits. And that's where I saw a lot of people who had little or no money and who were just as happy as they could be. So where's the alignment with that? Authenticity puts people over profit. And as I grew older, I met so many families who may not have had abundant wealth from a money perspective, but had abundant wealth from the standpoint of joy. Which is really more important? Joy is long lasting. I find people who end up with a lot of money sometimes spend their life worrying about keeping it and how they're going to lose it. So what if the consciousness in your organization or the organizations you work for or that you consult for or coach for or train for are aligned with the consciousness of culture, allowing culture to grow, allowing employees to share their message, allowing values and the other things that I've mentioned? How would that change the company, and how would that still connect with DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and authenticity? Now, the last dimension over here is the expressive voice. And the expressive voice has to do with how you express yourself. Now, from a corporate perspective, the top one, legacy, has to do with recognizing natural gifts and talents. One of the most important messages that I want to make sure people get when I talk about authenticity is how important it is to understand the gifts and talents you were born with. In my youth, a lot of the conversation was, no, you don't use your gifts and talents to make money. Well, why do you think they were given to you? They were given to you to enable you to use them in the world to do what it is you were assigned to do. We're talking about coming to the planet with purpose. So what's the underlying part of your purpose? It has to do with the gifts and talents that you were given. So connect with those gifts and talents, know what they are, use them, allow them to come forth. And in a corporate environment, the question is, how is the company using the gifts and talents of its employees? When companies are dysfunctional, often it's because people are in the wrong position. You know, the statistics now say that 70 plus people in the workforce are not engaged. They're not happy. They're just coming in for the paycheck. But there's a big difference when you come in because you really care about the company, because you're aligned with the company's values, because you're able to fulfill your purpose within that company. Isn't that partly why you're an entrepreneur? Those of you who are, because it allows you to fulfill your purpose in the way you want to do it. So that's what the legacy gifts and talents has to do with. And so how are the company's gifts and talents shared with the community? So once you get your people aligned so that they're doing work that's aligned with their gifts and talents, how is that then shared with the community? Because it's the bigger community as a whole that is our market. And if we don't connect with them in a way that's going to make sense, then your opportunity for growth in the market share diminishes. I want to direct you to the work of Dr. Howard Gardner, who created the multiple gifts of intelligence theory. And through that, you can learn about the 9 gifts of intelligence he identified. Find which of them are relating to you. My suggestion to people is that if you're not working in the areas of your top 3 gifts and talents, then you're probably unhappy. But you won't know what they are unless you explore them. So that's the work of Dr. Howard Gardner and the multiple gifts of intelligence theory. And just as an aside note from my work with Head Start, once you get those 9 gifts and talents, look at your children and help identify their natural gifts and talents while they are young. Raise them by their gifts, not by what you think society is going to be needing when they get older. If they go by their gifts and talents, the architect of our lives, God himself, has a plan and knows what the future holds and gave your child the gifts and talents to be able to do that. So raise them by that. If you do that, they will never be without work, and give them the courage to be themselves. It makes a big difference. The next dimension is likability. And likability, we have their personality, but from a corporate perspective, business perspective, it has to do with brand, your marketing, and your PR. That's how you share yourself with the world. If you are not properly branded one of the advertisers on the commercials that Dr. Kelly has here to give you some branding people. If you do not have a marketing plan, you need to have that. Those of us that are creative, we don't really often respect the importance of marketing. We try to do it ourselves. Maybe I know I did, and I finally fired myself from that a few months ago because it's not what I do. Creative types don't do marketing well, so stay in your lane. Stay in what's authentic for you. And it also has to do with PR, the connection of how you're perceived in the world. That perception of how you're perceived has a lot to do with your likability and a lot to do with how you're going to be successful in your business moving forward. It's a very important thing. It has to do with making connections and building rapport. Very important. And then the last dimension is lifestyle, which has to do with your habits and your day-to-day activities. If the habits that you're going through and the habits of your company are not aligned with your purpose and your mission, then you're out of whack. You're not balanced. You're out of alignment. You're not authentic. The question is, are the company values, are the company's habits consistent with its values? And how do the values and habits show up in the company? And you need to look at that because you want your habits, you want your values, you want them all to be aligned. The point with these 9 dimensions is that you achieve DEI when you have these 9 dimensions aligned. You can just start with one of them. Maybe your specialty is in one of them. Maybe I've piqued an idea in you that you can still approach DEI from another angle. You can use one of these dimensions, a combination of them. You can become one of our trainers. You can come and learn the dimensions and learn how to use them yourselves. I want to direct you and invite you to attend our webinar on February the 1st. We're having it at 2 times, 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock Pacific. And that would mean 12 and 3 o'clock Eastern time. And so the email address, the website address is Authenticize. And that's the name of my company, Authenticize. So you take the word authenticity that you see above my head, and rather than the TY at the end, you put a ZE. Authenticize means helping you to exercise your authenticity. What my company does is to activate your authenticity so you can exercise it. Authenticity is a word that's been used a lot in society these days, but it's very little understood. A lot of conversation about workplace authenticity. Well, I've spent 44 years understanding authenticity and creating a process and program for it. And we're very excited about the team that we put together and getting it out there in the world. So I would love to have you join us to understand about our Authenticize program and perhaps become one of our certified trainers. So it's authenticize.co, authenticize.co/CAA. CAA stands for Certified Authenticize Assessor -webinar. So that would be the link to register for the landing page link to register for the webinar that's next week. I'll say it again. It's authenticize.co/CAA-webinar. And I'll be telling you about the authenticity grid. You'll meet the trainer for the event. You'll understand how authenticity we're doing this one for coaches, particularly to certify coaches to give our assessment that's related to this. So you can give that assessment to your clients to help them become more authentic. So you're if an executive coach, a life coach, relationship coach, any type of soft skills coach, this could be very valuable for you. If you are a speaker or trainer, this would be an introduction to you to our program to potentially go deeper into it because we do have other opportunities available. And we're ground floor enough that we have enough opportunities for people that may want to be with us and grow with us because we're growing pretty rapidly now, especially now that I'm not the one running the day-to-day and I have someone doing that because I've decided to get into my lane, which is the more speaking and training and teaching and coaching. So wherever you are on your journey in life, on your journey to authenticity, on your journey to DEI, consider doing it from an authenticity way. Consider authenticizing yourself so that you can become more authentic, and then the people around you become more authentic. And the beauty of this, one more beauty of this, is that it also helps you bring your business more to an authenticity perspective. And when you do that, it's just amazing how your income generates. It increases because you're in alignment with who you are, what your company is here to do, and the bigger picture of your purpose on the planet. I'm Dr. Norma Hollis. I want to invite you again to authenticize.co/CAA-webinar. I do hope to see you on the webinar next Tuesday. I will be the one delivering the webinar. It'll be 60 to 90 minutes of your time, invaluable things, lessons you will learn, and I hope you'll join me. And I also hope that you have gotten a perspective on authenticity, about how you can still make a difference when DEI, just use a different angle, a different perspective. They won't know what hit them, but you can hit them and you can make it happen. Thank you so much. This genius is coming. It's great to be with you today. So I see our host hasn't made it back yet, so I'll just keep on talking. And I just want to encourage you to really look at your own authenticity and really look at how you are, for those of you who are entrepreneurs, who have your own businesses. I know the reason I started my business was because I didn't know where it was going. I was listening to my inner voice. I was following along as I was kind of guided from the voice that speaks within, from my authenticity. I had no idea where it was going. I just knew I did not want to be controlled by any corporation, any organization, any individual. I wanted to be free to listen to my inner voice guide me to where my purpose was leading me. And I did that, and it led me to a very great path. We now have over a dozen people who are certified still in our program. I started certifying people many years ago. We now have people from multiple continents, Africa, from South America, from China, from Canada, the UK, Europe, all over the world, and we're growing rapidly. I hope that you'll join us at our webinar, authenticize.co/CA-webinar. And anything, if you can't find that, just go to normahollis.com and look around there. Thank you so much for your time today. And Dr. Manolia, you went away again. You can come on back. Be nice to see you again there, because I know you're ready to move on to the next round of speakers. I don't want to take longer than my time, because all these speakers are so fabulous with such information to share for you. It's been a delight to speak with you today. Thank you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gene Baker. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina to London to Singapore to Africa to Japan and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. We have two phenomenal speakers coming up right after this, and that is Dr. Sean J. Harris and Tara Harris, and they are the founders and key figures at the Generational Wealth Academy. I said that right, the Generational Wealth Academy. That's a handful right there, and it tells you we need to listen to what they got to say. With their expertise and extensive knowledge in building wealth, they have created a platform that offers valuable resources and guidance to individuals seeking to create long-lasting financial stability and generational wealth. We should all be paying attention. At the Generational Wealth Academy, Dr. Sean Harris and Tara Harris provide a range of services and offerings aimed at empowering individuals to achieve financial success and create a legacy for future generations. Without further ado, I bring you Dr. Sean J. Harris and Tara Harris. Welcome to the stage. All right, well, we're waiting for them to come up. Some of the services that, oh, here they come. I was going to go through all the services that you have, which are many, but I'm sure that you'll get into that. Welcome to the stage. We're very excited to have you. And as we love to say on this network, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, great afternoon, Black Business Network. It's an honor to be here today, being able to share with you guys. And actually, the bio that was read out was for my wife. So it gives me a great pleasure to introduce you to my daughter today. She's affectionately known to me as her daddy, as Sugar Bear. But Kennedy is a 14-year-old. I'm sorry, 14-year-old. She just recently turned 14 years old. She's the CEO of her own health and nutrition company. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to her so she can introduce herself. So Kennedy, if you will, tell us who is Kennedy. Okay, well, while she comes back in, I'm just going to share a little bit about who I am. I am Dr. Sean J. Harris of Generational Wealth Academy. My wife and I run several corporations, and we actually come from a long lineage of entrepreneurs. My family actually owned the first two African-American owned hotels in Atlanta during the pre-civil rights era. And they also own the first Black-owned taxi service in Atlanta. So I come from a long lineage of entrepreneurs. Parents own companies. My wife Tara and I, we own multiple companies, aviation company, healthcare company, a couple of real estate companies, and a few others. And we have the pleasure of having two smaller kids who also run their own six-figure companies as well. So let's see if I can get Kennedy back in studio here. And she'll be able to share a little bit about who she is as we go into a nice fireside chat so that you can learn some of the fundamentals of being a 14-year-old entrepreneur. And one of the key things my wife and I focused on was being able to teach them soft skills at an early age. And this allowed them to be able to have the skill set necessary to be able to build a successful business. So I want to introduce you to Ms. Kennedy Harris.
Hello, my name is Kennedy Harris. I'm the CEO of K-Lock Health.
So Kennedy, tell us a little bit about K-Lock Health.
Yes, so I have a variety of my products. I'm in the health and wellness business, and I sell my daily affirmation cards here. These are what they look like, as well as my lemon pepper and bold and sweet seasoning. I made these because I wanted people to be more particular of what they're eating and consuming, so I made a healthier seasoning, as well as my daily or my kid vitamins, multi-kid vitamins.
Awesome. So what inspired you, Kennedy, to start your company, and how old were you when you started your company?
Yes, it all started when I was 7 years old. So I was at my school, just a regular day, doing some of my assignments, talking to my friends, and over the loud intercom, I heard my principal call my name. Kennedy, can you come to the front office, please? So as I was gathering my belongings and hugging and saying goodbye to my friends, I saw two familiar faces. One of my teachers, my principal, but a lady I had never seen before. But at that time, I knew about stranger danger. So of course I knew for the signs to look out for. But what scared me the most was when we were driving, she passed my exit, and at that time, I felt total fear. I didn't know what to expect, where this lady was taking me, or anything. So that's when it all started. I made my K-Lock lockets that has the child's name, the school, and the parents' information. And I started at 7 years old.
Awesome. So with that safety locket, it had what type of information did you have on that safety locket, and what was the purpose of the safety locket?
Certainly. The safety locket had the child's name, the school, and the parents' information, so any other kid wouldn't get lost. So if they were to get lost, they could just show a trusted adult what their locket looks like, what their name is, the school, and the parents' information, so they would be safe.
Awesome. So I know that was a frightening experience for you, and we actually turned that situation around for you and made it a plus. So what you then segued your company into another product line. What was that product?
Yes. So after that tragic incident happened, I created my very own dolls, my African American baby dolls. I created these because when I would walk into stores, I would see dolls that don't look like us. And that was a huge problem because even for me, I would think like, why isn't there any doll that looks like me? So I created my very own African American baby doll that I chose what their hair looked like, their skin color, and the patterns in their clothes.
So how did that make you feel to be able to know that you're making an impact? Because when Daddy was a little kid, most of the girls only had Caucasian baby dolls. And any black dolls that were out there, and they had all these big buffoonery type renditions that didn't imitate us or represent us as black people. So how did that feel to know that you're able to take part in being able to create a doll system that little black and brown girls like you can aspire to enjoy?
Certainly, it is very happy. I feel very happy and exciting about it because just to see the looks on the kids' faces and the girls' faces that they're so excited to see that a doll looks like them and has the same features as them that they can play with and just be happy with.
So it was cool to really see that you were able to actually use that product line as the baby dolls as a coping mechanism, and we watched how that blossoms you back into being able to trust adults again through that tragic event. So tell us about your book. You're a 4-time author, but let's talk about your one book in particular that's actually a bestseller.
Sure. Well, I created my very own Lemons to Lemonade book. This is what it looks like. And I created this book because it talks about basically the title, turning lemons into lemonade, turning a bad situation into a positive one. So in this case, since I was kidnapped from my school by misidentification, I could have just stayed like that and just said it like that. But instead, I created my own business so other kids and other adults would be aware of the certain things like that.
So that's pretty cool to be able to have a social awareness component to your company. So Kennedy, from there, you continued segueing your business because your interest kept growing and kept developing. And one thing that we always look at as parents is see what the child's skill set is, see what their interest is. So you started shifting into the health and wellness. So tell us about that. What products do you have there? Tell us a little bit about the products and why you decided to create those particular products.
Of course. So here I started with my very own daily affirmation cards. I created these because I just wanted more people to speak more positive into themselves. So just like this card here, it says, I'm deserving of love and respect for myself and others. This is a very key one and a big one for me because you deserve love from everybody. And importantly, you deserve self-love for yourself. So as well as that, I created my very own lemon pepper and bold and sweet seasoning because I wanted people to be more aware about what they're eating and consuming. So I created my very own proprietary blend, which has sea salt and is easy for you to understand what is on the label. And I also have my daily vitamins for kids. I created these vitamins because I wanted more kids to be more healthy because over the pandemic, I saw that a lot of people's immune system were going down. So I wanted to help with that. And lastly, I created my bundle, which bundles all my products inside because it is important to keep your mental and physical health perfect.
Absolutely, because one thing we teach here in the Harris Family Unit is with wealth comes health, because you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have good health, it's going to be all for naught. So let's dive in a little bit. Talk about your schooling. You actually schooled in various different platforms. So can you share with us how you started off your school and where you at now as it relates to schooling?
Certainly. So now I'm virtual of 8th grade year because I went back, of course, my whole school year I was in-person school, but it was some incidents that were happening. So I wanted to go back virtual for the 7th grade. So I decided to go back in the 8th grade as well. But I don't think I'm going to stay here forever. And I would like to see what high school is like, just in person and what everybody's like.
Gotcha. So you started off in traditional in-person school from kindergarten up to about 5th grade or whenever the pandemic happened. You virtual, and then you went back to in-person school. And as you said, things were a little different. And that's because you guys were brought up quite differently. And we always talk about why association is always important. So you got back to school after being virtual homeschool for a year and a half, 2 years. You saw that there was a vast difference because you have an entrepreneurial mindset. So we realized that you started maturing quite a bit earlier than other kids. So your aim is possibly to go back to high school in person for your
Yes.
remaining years?
Yes. Probably
Awesome.
around 10th or 11th grade.
Okay, sounds good. So tell us, what are some of your favorite subjects and why?
Certainly. My favorite subject right now is probably social studies. A lot of people probably don't know this about me, but I kind of like history. Learning about what happened in history, who the people created history, and what is that we know now. So that's pretty interesting to know.
Gotcha. So let's talk about this. A lot of times, Kennedy, people see the successes. It's kind of like a duck floating on the water or a swan. They look so graceful on top of the water, but underneath the water, those little legs are just pedaling a million miles an hour oftentimes. So people always see the good things about business, but they don't often see the struggles or the challenges. So what was some of your challenges, or what was your biggest challenge that you can think of as you were building your business at such a young age?
Well, my biggest challenge for me starting off was speaking in front of adults. You know, that was really hard. Being kidnapped from your school by misidentification, you could see how it was very hard for me to trust adults again. So just speaking to them, whether it was just saying, hi, how was your day? How are you? That was even a challenge for me. So just getting back into speaking with adults was very challenging. But over time, I was able to take stages and speak in front of people, but I'm still working on a little bit, but gotten way better.
Yes, you have indeed. And one thing, a tool that we used early also was we put you and your brother in Toastmasters at 7 years old. How do you feel that that has helped you as it relates to building your soft skills and being able to communicate effectively?
Sure. Toastmasters has really helped me and my brother Caden a lot because even with looking eye contact, right in people's eyes, talking to them, asking them how their day was, engaging in conversation, not just saying one sentence, but actually expanding the conversation and having a full out conversation.
So again, we talked about success in business. We talked about a few challenges. Let's talk about some fun. What does Kennedy do for fun? What's fun for you as a 14-year-old?
Of course, fun for me is I love spending time with my family. A lot of people may not know that, but I'm a very big on family person. So I like spending time with my family, whether that's going to the movie theaters, just staying with them, going to the pool. We love traveling. Just this year, or last year actually, in 2023, we stayed a whole month in Panama. So that was really fun. And I love working out. Not that long ago, I just came back from the gym.
Yeah, you came straight to the gym to the interview. So, where are some other places you like to travel? I know that's a big thing for the Harris family. We thoroughly enjoy travel. What are some of the things you enjoyed about Panama?
Sure. The most thing, or what I love about Panama, was seeing how their culture is different, how they do things differently from what we do in the United States. That was really cool and interesting to see because there was so many things that I would see that they would do that we don't do here, and we might view that as weird, but there it's just normal.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess
And
that I would love to go to, or I have been before, is Costa Rica, Jamaica, Panama, of course. All over, really. It's just hard to
absolutely.
count.
So yeah, you guys been traveling since you were like 1 years old. You had passports and been traveling ever since. So listen, let's talk about some of the things you do in the community. One thing you and I've done ever since I think you were like a year and a half, we've always gone to daddy-daughter dances. Tell us, why is that important? Because sometimes people don't have the benefit of having their dad in their life. What is it like having a dad in your life? And tell us a little bit about the daddy-daughter dances that you enjoy doing.
Sure. Having a dad in my life is very important for me, and it really hits home for me because just having a dad is important. Learning different viewpoints of what you think, teaching me about things, showing me the unconditional love that I deserve, and just teaching me things about the world, certain things that I may not know. And my annual dance, my father and daughter dance, that was very important for me and you, of course, because every year we would go to a father-daughter dance, whether that was dancing, eating with some of my friends from school, and certain things like that. So having a dad is very important to me.
Awesome. And it's a pleasure having you as my baby girl.
Thank you.
So, listen, let's talk about things related to wealth and success. So, a lot of times, Kennedy, people think wealth is only about money, but as we know, it's a multitude of areas where wealth is important, such as relationships, good health, things like that. But what does success mean to Kennedy? What does wealth mean to you?
Certainly. Wealth means to me is, I think a lot of people get rich and wealthy confused. But for me, rich means just being rich for now, just like whether that's just for next week, a couple months from now, maybe even a year from now. But being wealthy is creating generational wealth for your family, for this generation, the next generation, on, and even when you're not here anymore, for them to have the same money and different values that you believe.
Hmm. One of our mentors to our family is billionaire Michael V. Roberts, and Michael V. Roberts always talk about rich is loud and wealthy whispers. So
Yes.
that's a good thing that you pointed that out. So let's talk about what skill development would you say you had as an entrepreneur that you feel that benefits you now as a 14-year-old, and what will also benefit you as you move into young adulthood?
Well, the certain skills that I think I've grown from in entrepreneurship is building the confidence. Like I said earlier, speaking in front of adults and just talking to them about just anything, it was very scary for me. And just overcoming that, that was really amazing for me to speak to them and things like that.
Gotcha. So listen, as a CEO and you're developing your strengths in that position, it comes with making decisions.
Yes.
So explain to us, how do you process situations or even problems in business? How do you make decisions on how to handle those decisions?
I'm glad you asked. How I handle decisions or big decisions that I probably don't think about right now or I'm not sure to make is I ask people that I look up to, whether that's you as my dad, my stepmom, my mom, even my brother, some family members, grandparents, people that might be wiser than me and have been through some things. So asking around is very important.
Hmm. So you had a decision to make this past week
Yeah.
regarding a situation, and you wrote down some pros and cons. How did that play out, or how did you determine what your decision was going to be?
Yes, so determining what my decision was going to be, it was really hard because coming with this big decision in my lap, that was probably a lot for me to take in. It was a lot for me to take in. So of course I had to ask around of what others might view and might think about the decision I'm going to make. And that was very interesting, a really big decision. I would probably say the biggest decision I made yet.
And you made a great decision. It was regarding some things about school, and you just wrote down the pros and the cons, and then you did a process of elimination.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So listen, let's shift a little bit. Daddy always talked to you guys about the three things that people have to focus on and most likely have to change in order to have success, or to go from their current reality where they are now to migrate over to their preferred reality. So the point in between those two was called the transformation. So to get there, we have to change what we're reading or what we're putting in our mind. We have to change who we associate with and how we use our time. So let's talk about that. How important do you feel reading is as it relates to your success?
Certainly. Reading is very important for me because it's just expanding my vocabulary. Different words I may not have heard, and just using them in everyday conversations is really big. I just finished my biggest book, or my book, the book from Miss Pinky Cole, I Hope You Fail. That was an amazing book for me as being entrepreneurship and even in my personal life. certain things I didn't know what was going on in her life. Like, for example, I didn't know that she didn't have her dad. Her dad was in jail for most of her life. And, that must have been very traumatic for her. So just to hear what she came from that and how she fixed that problem by creating her very own vegan restaurant. So she just wants to let the community be more healthy. So that was very important for me. And just hearing people's story is interesting.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So let's talk about mentorship. Mentors are critically important because they help, as you said earlier, you can be able to get advice and learn things from other people who's already gone through something. So what does mentorship mean to you, and who are some of your mentors?
Certainly. Mentors for me means different people that are more wiser than you and probably are more farther than you in business, but you can still learn from them. Certain things that they've been through. For example, Miss Pinky Cole, she said that she didn't have fire insurance for her building, her brick and mortar restaurant. And that was very big on her because she had to spend $17,000. And coming from that, that was a very huge mistake. And what she explained that she learned from now. So just hearing that from mentors, what they've been through, certain things that they can teach you as an entrepreneurship, and different things that you can take with you.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about money, because one thing about being an entrepreneur is to ultimately make a profit, of course. So how do you manage money? What are your thoughts on money? What does money mean to Kennedy?
Sure. Well, a lot of people know this, even you know this, but money for me is very important because I'm not the biggest spender. I love saving. That is probably weird for me or for you guys because I'm a teenager. You would probably think that teenage girls or any teenager would like to spend things, but I love saving. I really love saving. I don't know what it's about, but I just like keep my money. But sometimes I like spending money on myself and my family, whether that's buying gifts. Just coming up, I'm going to a concert, a Nicki Minaj concert. So spending money there is very important. And that ticket was not cheap.
So how does it feel being a 14-year-old with your own money? And as we always talk about, as my dad always taught us, and I teach you guys, money is for two purposes. It gives us options and it gives us freedom. So what does it feel like to be a 14-year-old who has money and can make decisions based on your options of having the money?
It's really cool being able to have the options with spending your money, saving your money, because just how you're always saying, creating golden memories. Going to Panama was really life-changing. Staying there for a whole month, actually living there like a citizen of Panama. So that was really cool. And just creating the golden memories with your family. As I said before, I love being with my family. So anytime that I get, I love to spend time with them.
Awesome. And we love spending time with you.
Yes.
So what does a day, on average, just an average day, what does a day look like for Kennedy?
Yes, an average day for me would probably be waking up to my alarm clock, getting ready for school, whether that's brushing my teeth, washing my face. And if you don't know me, I have to eat breakfast. I cannot miss breakfast. That is a big one. So probably eating some waffles, maybe, or either making a smoothie, a banana smoothie, and just starting my day, whether that's joining meetings, doing some of my assignments, getting caught up, just different things like that.
Awesome. So listen, most times when we're talking about business, it's always an adult setting. You guys typically are always the youngest in the room. How does that make you feel?
Well, for me, it would probably make me, or it does make me feel being the youngest in a room. It's cool because just being there with the adults, hearing what they have to say about entrepreneurship, and just seeing the looks on people's faces when they see a 13 and a 14-year-old CEO being in a room in the middle of the day. Like, some people would just come up to us and be like, oh my God, they speak so well. And they ask me how I did. And that's just really cool to see because it's kind of like, isn't that what we're supposed to do?
That is a good attitude to have too, because so many times, Kennedy, as you know, in our community, people often hear that kids are to be seen and not heard. And as you know, we always teach you guys is that we think that's the biggest detriment. That harms you so much as far as your development as a young adult. And it actually cripples your ability to communicate effectively. And as we know, communication is everything, particularly when you're in relationships, whether it's business or personal relationships, whether it's doing business deals or just being an entrepreneur. You have to be able to have good communication skills. So it's, as your dad, it's super exciting to see you guys be able to work the room, network the room, go to other CEOs and C-suite execs, exchange information. And how do these executives and CEOs, how do they treat you guys?
Well, these CEOs and suite executives treat us just like any other adult that owns their own company and wants to talk to them. They talk to us just like adults. They treat us like adults, and they just explain things, give us advice, certain things that might happen in the future. And it's just always good to have mentors and somebody in your corner that can help you.
Absolutely. So we know we have a lot of adults on, but we may have some aspiring young entrepreneurs that are watching or will watch this program. So what advice would you give, Kennedy, to someone who's young and considering starting their own business?
Certainly. The advice that I would give to young entrepreneurs is to believe in yourself. I know this is probably cliche, but it is really important. Even if that's just affirming yourself with my daily affirmations, just speaking positive into yourself, things that you believe want to happen. Always say the things that you want to happen. Never say the things that you don't want to happen. So just affirming yourself, believing in yourself, having the confidence is very important as well.
Absolutely. Can you share with us a proud moment or a couple proud moments in your life?
Sure. A proud moment for me would probably be I'm being recognized for the U Awards. That is a really big and exciting thing for me because it's like they're seeing me as a leader in the community and that I'm actually doing the work and helping my community out. So that's really cool.
That is awesome. We're super proud of you because you're getting the Business Person of the Year award. So
Yes.
yes, we are super, super excited about that. And you guys are always being honored for things. And as I always teach you guys, it's cool to get awards, it's cool to get trophies, but the biggest thing is the impact that you guys make. And it's so important that other kids your age see that you're doing it and you show them that there's different options, that you don't have to rely on being an entertainer, you don't have to rely on being an athlete to be able to make a six-figure plus income. So the award you're getting is very well deserved and you're making a major impact. And super proud of you about that. So let's talk about it. One of your biggest struggles was to be able to public speak. Now you take stages, you're a paid speaker, you go around to different parts of the world speaking about entrepreneurship and business. So tell us about that. How does that look for you? How do you like speaking? And where do you see yourself in the future when it relates to speaking?
Well, speaking for me it was very nervous in the beginning and it still is at times, just a few minutes before going up. I'm a big person on getting everything right or a perfectionist. So I love everything to be perfect and good. And that's probably something that I need to work on and I am working on, that everything doesn't have to be perfect. And what you guys are always telling me is nobody knows what I'm going to say next. So it's okay if you stumble or you forget a page or a word.
That's right, because as we know, other than falling and drowning, most adults' biggest fear, 90%, is the fear of speaking. And speaking is a very valuable tool and asset to be able to possess. So you being able to speak in front of adults on corporate stages at 14 is simply amazing, and it's a huge accomplishment. And we're super proud of you for that. So let's talk about your products. How do you market your products? If someone wants to get your products, how can they find them?
Yes, so I market my products by going to vending events. That's what I started doing at first. Speaking, secondly, just talking about what I do, explaining what I do, whether that's going live on social media. I like going on live. I like making videos about my products, what I sell, even new viewers or new followers, they maybe not know me. So just reintroducing myself and just speaking, going to speaking engagements and things like that. And if you guys would like to buy any of my products, you can go to klockhealth.com. That is KLOCK health.com.
Awesome. klockhealth.com. Can you tell us how you got your name, Klock, for your company?
Yes. So with my lockets, the incident of me being kidnapped from my school, Kennedy is in the K and locket So lock, K-lock. You get it?
Got it. K-Lock, we love it. So listen, as we're getting close to closing out, what are some of your goals? Maybe a short-term goal, maybe in the next year or so, and what's your long-term goal?
Sure. Well, of course, we all think of the short-term goal and long-term goals, but short-term goals for me is probably just the short things, what may happen next week in a few months. But the long-term goals are probably in the future, years from now, a year from now, and maybe a decade from now. So goals that I have is speaking in front of more people, going to more speaking engagements, getting more comfortable with speaking, and being on more daytime shows. I really see myself speaking, being on daytime shows, expressing what I do and what I do to help the community.
Awesome. So let's talk about that. You talk about the community before we close out. Tell us about philanthropic activities that you do. What are some of the give backs that you've done? And why is it important?
Certainly, giving back is very important for me because just giving back to people is very important. Just seeing where they come from, you should never judge anybody, and you could be in that situation. You could be outside under that bridge, cold at night, and just giving back is very important, whether that's feeding the homeless like we did, giving away blankets because it is very cold outside right now. Wherever you are in the world, it's very cold in Georgia right now. So just if you're in a certain situation and you have the money or you're okay, just to give back is very important.
What did you do before the school year started? What event did you do there?
Yes, me and my brother Caden gave away some backpacks for the children because we know some kids may not have the money or their parents may not have the money for different school clothes and different supplies that they may need for the year. So just giving away book bags for kids.
Awesome, awesome. Two more things before we close out. How can people contact you? What platforms can they reach you?
Yes. If you would like to contact me or follow me or buy any of my products, you can go to klockhealth.com. That is KLOCK health.com. And you can follow me on all of my social medias, especially my LinkedIn at Kennedy Harris. That is KENNEDI Harris.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So do you have any closing words for anyone out there, whether kids or adults, who are aspiring to achieve their goals, but they just may not know how to get started? What would you recommend to them?
Yes. Closing words for me would probably be believing in yourself. Like I said earlier, it's always important to believe in yourself and always having a plan of what you might want to do for your business. That can be the short term or the long term goals. So just always having a plan, always be ready, and speaking is very important as well.
Awesome. So again, if someone wants to hire you to speak, they can reach you at klockhealth.com, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure sharing with you tonight and sharing you with our audience on the Black Business Network, where genius is common. And one of the most important things about having a media outlet is to be able to share and disseminate information. One thing I've always learned from many of my mentors is that the wealthy stay wealthy and the poor stay poor because they share information. So wealthy people share wealthy ideas, broke people share broke ideas. So it goes back to what I was talking about, where I said the three things that must change to be able to move the needle is that we have to be able to focus on what we're putting in our ear and our eye gates. We have to make sure we're reading good information. We have to make sure that we're associating with the right people. And most importantly, we have to utilize our time at its highest and best use, because many times people spend their time and they're not utilizing their time. So the whole goal is we have to make sure that that time is being effective and effective in what we're doing. So Ms. Hicks, it has been an absolute pleasure sharing tonight on the Black Business Network.
It was amazing having you both. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and sharing and telling us all about where we can find you. We really appreciate it. And you are always welcome back. So definitely come back. And with that said, genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Sounds good. Thanks for having us.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or leverage the Cash App going around on the screen, which is $BBXUSA. You can feel free to leverage that Cash App again, BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. They are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Malaine Shania Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Businesses Expo. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today. Ignite your life and seize the new year by effectively planning it with your 2024 Ignite and Take Flight Planner. It's time to navigate your success with strategic project management. Win with inspiring quotes from inspirational people that will guide you to the success you deserve. And don't forget to track your dollars, habits, empowering notes, and connect with dynamic brands. It's never too late to start planning your success. Get your copy now.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire.
My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, founder and CEO of Miracle Recruiting, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. I'm joining you this evening from Philadelphia. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Latanya L. Smalls. Dr. Latanya L. Small is the founder and CEO of LT Empowerment Incorporated, a consulting company with the mission of empowering women to live life with possibilities, power, and purpose. They offer facilitated learning and strategic development through customized services, workshops, coaching, and motivational speaking. LT Empowerment adds value to individuals by unpacking the root, reward, and relational impact of decisions and actions, derived or planned experiences, and transforms them to viable outcomes that render performance excellence and financial gains. As the CEO, Dr. Small has over 30 years of experience working with the federal government and private and nonprofit organizations. She developed, managed, facilitated, and evaluated leadership development programs, strategic planning, and organizational development for agencies that enabled her to be viewed as an expert. Dr. Small also works with numerous public school systems, civic and social organizations, churches, and individuals in helping them examine, align, and achieve results and impact that matters. LT empowerment consists of two areas. One, the E team, empowerment team, who handles operational and support aspects of the business. And second, the E consultants, who offer strategic advice, services, and solutions to their clients. Dr. Small holds various awards and associations and is an active lifetime member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and Blacks in Government. She is the proud mother of Alexis Lene. She's a motivational speaker, a change agent, a champion for wellness, and an advocate for being unapologetically empowered, your unapologetically empowered, authentic self. Dr. Small looks forward to working with individuals so they can live an empowered lifestyle on purpose. I present to you Dr. LaTanya Small.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I will let you take it from here. But that being said, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you on the other side. Well, hello, everyone, and happy 2024. We are in a new year, and I don't know about you, but I firmly believe that this year, more is in store for us. So let's talk business. Let's just get right on in. I want to talk to you, my business owners, my entrepreneurs, those who desire to have their own. Hello, to have their own. I want to talk to you about how to develop your business, what you need to know. We're going to have a candid conversation. I'm going to pour out some grateful tools. So get your pad and your paper, or if you just want to just take notes or just listen, copy, whatever you need to do. I believe in dropping nuggets for you, okay? This is for you. So I just want to thank you. So let's just get right into it. How many of you out there, because we are all over, the Black Business Network is all over. How many of you desire to have your own? I don't know about you, because I believe everything starts with a story. Let me just say this. I am a parallel entrepreneur. So what does that mean, Dr. LaTanya? That means that right now, currently, I am employed with another organization with the federal government, but I still run my business, LT Empowerment, full stance. So it's not like I have something on the side that I'm doing part-time or whenever it gets in. No, I'm giving just as much weight as I do my 9 to 5, as I do my business. Because that's what some of you may be. Some of you may say, I want to get started, but I just don't know. I'm not ready to leave that safety, that security, but I need to get started. And some of you, God bless you, you are already out there full. You left that government job, you left the private industry, and you started your own. We're going to tell you, how do you develop it? How do you keep that sustaining and thriving? The first thing I want to tell you is that we all need to, when you're starting your business, you need to understand your why. Why are you here? Your purpose. I heard during the advertisement, and I firmly believe this, everything starts with a problem. Your business should be designed to solve a problem. You see, people buy their way out of problems. Think about that. People buy their way out of problems. When we think about that, well, there's a problem in terms of technology. How can I talk fast? How can I get real-time data? How can I get this? You buy your way out of them. That's how Apple got started. That's how we got into Zoom and this virtual platform, because of problems. Everything that has existed today was a result of a problem that there was a solution. And so the first point is you need to understand your purpose. What is your purpose in your business? Your why. Why are you here? Why is your business in existence? And once you understand that, let's just say this. Once you understand that, and it doesn't mean that there are others out there, You need to understand what you're good at, what's your niche, what makes you shine. There are a lot of coaching programs out there. There are a lot of barbers out there. There are a lot of financial planners and a lot of trainers out there. But what makes your business the one that people want to just lean into and just come aboard? What is it about you? You should know your brand. You should know your skills that makes your business thrive. You've got to know that why. You see, your passion, as I tell people, your passion is what you like to do. I like to do that. That's my passion. I like that. Your talent is what you're supposed, your talent is what you can do. I'm talented in this area, so I can do that. But your purpose, which is about your business, should be what you are supposed to do. I'm supposed to do this. And you know what you're supposed to do because guess what? People have told you, girl, you're good at that. That's your niche. You're good at that. No one could do it like you. That is it. It's basically what McDonald's has or what other places have. That secret sauce. What is your secret sauce in your business? What is that niche that only you can do that makes it go higher? So, first, understand your purpose. And that's so important when we talk about building your business, building your brand. The next thing I want to share with you is about your vision. Once you understand your purpose in terms of why you are here, what is your vision? You see, your vision should be something that it should be something that is high reach. It shouldn't be something little. It should be what I like to call something gangster, something bodacious. And as you saw in some of the clips, if you were here from another speaker, Dr. Tony Harris, who talks about being drastic. What is it? That's your vision. Your vision should be something skyrocket. I'm going to reach 10,000 women. I'm going to do this. It should be something not little. That's your vision. But you first got to start off with your purpose, your mission as to why you're here. Now, let me just say this. When you are creating your mission and doing your business, sometimes you can go back and you can always cultivate that. What worked for you your first year may come back and be like, well, I may need to think that. My mission may have changed because guess what? Nothing stays the same. If you really think about it, how we're doing business in 2024 is way different than we did business in 2018. It's way different when we did business in 2019. 2020 changed the game. When we had COVID, when we were faced with a pandemic, that we had to pivot, the whole nation, the whole country, everyone had to pivot, change the way we've done the game. And so when you are a business owner, an entrepreneur, you have to be ready to look at how you're doing business now. And is that still the same? So when you think about your mission, think about how you're doing vision, how you're doing your business. So that is so important. I always want you to think about what is your mission? What is your vision? Think about that. And when you're thinking about that, when we talk about that, I just want to stay there for a little bit. When you're planning it out, because that's a key step right there. How do you plan? You see, I've said this. People don't people don't plan to fail. They just fail to plan. I'll repeat that. People don't plan to fail. They just fail to plan. You see, I'm a firm believer that in business, you have to write the vision and make it plain. You have to write down those things. And so when you are starting out, because we're talking about business development, how your business development, what you need to know. And for those of you who are saying like, okay, I've been in business 5, 10 years, I'm good on that. Everybody needs to make sure that you're still on point. Is your business plan still relevant today? Is your business plan, is your vision still relevant today? Why? Because we are always evolving. Our nation, our society is changing. And so should your platform, so should your business. So you want to make sure that you have all of those things. So you need to make sure that you understand what are your goals. And see, your goals are your end results. Your goals are those things that you want to achieve. And you should have within your business development those systems in place that's going to help you achieve those goals. And that's when we're going to go and talk a little bit about that being strategic in your vision. We're going to go and talk about being that strategic vision mind because that's where you need to be. That's how you succeed. Let me just say, and I'm going to go and walk you through. Now, I know she read, Ms. Hicks read about my bio, and even that changes. That changes too, because nothing remains the same. Only thing is only thing that is constant is change, and that will always be the case. And so in my business, LT Empowerment, I had to go back and rethink what is my mission? What is my mission? And I've come to retweet that and say basically what I do, I empower. I empower women. I know I say people, but we're going to talk about your customers. I really empower women. I don't discriminate against the men because I love my black men. I love my men, okay? But who is my audience? Because that's what you need to know in terms of your business, in terms of your targeted audience. I empower women to live and thrive in their purpose. I help LT Empowerment. What we do, we help you gain and achieve clarity to unlock your true potential so that you can reach personal and professional aspiration. That's my mission. That's my mission. But when we talk about your mission and we're going to talk about your goals, we also need to talk about when you are doing your business, what are your values? What are your values? Your values are your core. What are your core values? What do you core? Every organization has core values. What do you stand for? And even when we talk about our businesses, I like to go back into your family. Every family should have your core family values. What do we stand for as a family? What do we believe in? You need to be clear that before you go out here and recruit, before you go out here, you need to understand and let the world know these are our core values. What do you stand for? And when I think about that, and when I think about my business, what I stand for, LT Empowerment, I'll just give you some. We stand for, and the acronym is I care. I care. You see, my I, in terms of my core value, is integrity. Integrity. And we stand for doing business in terms of ethical. We want to make sure that the business that we're doing, that we have integrity in every interaction. You can trust me. Integrity. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Integrity. And then when I talk about my C, compassion and empathy, I always believe and I say, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So I want to show that for my customers, for my clients, that I care, that I see you. I see your pain. I see your problem. I can identify with you. You're not a person that I'm just trying to get a dollar from. I care. I can empathize. I hear you. I'm going to provide a solution for you. That's when we talk about that integrity and that being sensitive to the care and desires of your customers. Those are my core values. A, accountability. I got to know that you can account on me. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. But I also need you to do the same thing. Accountability, taking ownership, responsibility. That's what I'm bringing to the table because again, your customers always want to know what's in it for me. Why should I choose you? Because of my core values. My aura is basically about building relationships. I build relationships that matter. I value you. And so I want to know that what you're coming, when you come to me, that you're just not going to be a person. You're going to be a value customer. I'm building that rapport with you. And then my E is about excellence. I'm just not going to give you anything. I'm going to give you excellence. I'm going to go above and beyond. My products and my services. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to peel everything back because we're getting to that level. You've got to have that in terms of your business. Think about your core values. Why are you here? What value are you adding? And that's so important. That's so important when we think about doing business out here with anyone. Who you are. Because people want to know who you are. Why should I follow you? What's in it for me? What problem are you going to solve? And that's the key things when we're talking about building our business, building our brand. That's what we need to know. This is just the 411 of how we start. And again, if you are out there for my entrepreneurs that are just stellar out there, we always need to go back and, check out the box, check the box, make sure that our skills are still sharp, that we are meeting the mark, because we never want to be complacent and comfortable where we feel like, oh, I got it. I don't need to prepare. I don't need to do that. Mm-mm. You should always feel like, I want to make sure that I'm ready. I want to make sure that if anything's new out there, that I know it, that I can add that to my clients, to my customer, that I can level up on my products and services. And so that's so important that when we think about your values, please make sure that you have them, that you are in tune with your values. And then let's talk about customers. Now, I talked about that in terms of how I have changed my customers. My customers, again, are women. And when I looked over in terms of being in the market, who am I getting? I'm getting women. And my customers are basically, I get two types. My target, your avatar. Let's talk about that. Who is your target market? Who are you targeting? Make sure you're clear on that. Because if you say, well, I'm targeting everyone, that's just like throwing darts out there. Okay, you hoping anything will stick. Uh-uh. You want to have a clear vision, a clear target, a clear goal in terms of, this is my target audience. Who's your target? Who's your target? Now, it does not mean, let me say that, it does not mean that you can reach other people, because other people can be can have the benefit can be have benefits and receive those benefits from your services that you're rendering. But you should always have a core. Like, this is my core. I know I'm talking. I know I'm speaking their language. I know I can identify with this target audience. And so we want to make sure that you understand that. And when we talk about your customers, flesh that out. Flesh that out to the core in terms of, who are they? The demographics. What are their pain points? What do they need? Talk their language so you can identify with them. Because if you don't, if you're going high level, you're not going to reach them. They're going to feel like, okay, you're not speaking to me. Make sure that you understand your target audience. And I'll give you an example in terms of, for my target audience. My target audience is professional women, and I have two. My professional woman, for example, her status. In case this is you, you can say, okay, that's me. My target woman, she's single, married, divorced. She could be a single mother. She's juggling work and home. She is taking care of parents. She may be taking care of her grandkids. This is her. This is her. Okay. She's making ends meet. She's educated. She has degrees. She has college and advanced degrees. Her background, who is she? She's mid-level. She may be planning retirement. She may feel like she's burned out. And sometimes she may feel like she's lost or invisible. Is that you? Her goals is she wants to seek guidance, directions. Again, thinking about what I deliver. She wants to get to the next level. Her desire is fulfillment and how to do it, how to live in purpose. Her difficulties, again, my woman, I flesh this out through my coach. I flesh this out, and so do you. You flesh out who is your target audience. Her challenges, remember, your target audience, so you can reach them. What is their pain points? Where are their difficulties? For my professional woman who needs my help, she's tired of being in safe and comfortable places. She's not sure of how to move forward. She needs to know how to take risk, calculated risk. She's frustrated with being in and seeing that same old boy system. You know that? She doesn't know how to get into her purpose. That's a target in terms of for my professional woman. Now, is that everything? No. But that gives you an example when I talk about what you need to know when you talk about your professional woman. Now, another group for who I target are those trapped in setbacks. How many of you have dealt with a setback? Yeah, setbacks are real. My target woman, woman who's trapped in a setback. Her situation is she's had a hard time letting go of past experiences and mistakes. How many of you are still holding on to some mistakes? We need to be like frozen and let it go. But that's okay. That's why I'm here. She suffers from making poor decisions. Been there, done that, even has some t shirts. She's in a life crisis situation. That's her pain point. She feels stuck, lost, and stagnated with life. Again, that's her challenges. I'm just showing you some examples of her difficulties and where she is. She doesn't know, just like a professional woman, she doesn't know how to move on. Again, and sometimes she's in her own mental prison. This is just showing you in terms of when you're looking at your target audience and their pain points and how to identify. And I hope this is making sense. So that's something that you need to come up with. And when you're looking at your business development, flesh that out. Who is your target audience? Who is your target audience? And once you do that and understand, once you have your target audience, because you have your mission, right? You have your mission. You understand why you're here. You have your vision, which is so high level. This is what I'm going to reach. It should be so out there. But you're going to attain that. You're going to obtain that. Then once you have that, you have your goals, you have your mission statement, you know your core values, you've gotten your customers, who are your avatars, who are you attracting out there. Also, let me step back. What are your products and services? What are you offering? Is it coaching? Is it you have books out there? What services are you offering? How are you delivering those? What are your stellar programs? You need to flesh those all out. You need to flesh those out. I offer coaching. I offer 3 months of coaching. I offer a flagship program. I have the 5-point program. We're going to walk you away from this. I have a 6 months program. I have a service that I come to you and we work out things together. I have an online program that you do 6 weeks. Whatever it is, you need to make sure that you have identified thoroughly your products and your services that you offer. And I would add, always have something stellar that's unique to you. Always have that. I offer my 5-point thrust program. I offer a 3-week program. I have two. One is a quick, you downright quick and easy, and one is a long term. I got a 9-month program. That's it. Whatever it is, make sure you have identified those programs. Then, once you do that, so you have that, and I really hope this is making sense. And if you're out there, if you are in Facebook or YouTube, please send me a chat. Let me know if you have any question, because I would love to answer your question, because I am here to serve you, to empower you. One thing as business owners and entrepreneurs, which you need to do as we are starting the new year off, and as we are, for those of you who are new, you are developing your business brand, your strategy, your business development. For those of you who've been in this game 5+ years, you are going back to make sure that it's current. Always do a SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis, let me break it down. SWOT analysis is simply identifying for your business your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Your strengths and weaknesses, tentatively, are those that are internal to you. Those your strengths. What are you great at? You need to understand, I am great at doing this. I'm great at I'm great at coaching. I'm great at making sure that I connect my clients. Understand, what are you great at? Understand those key things. One of my strengths, and I know it should be yours, your personal experience, your expertise, that's your strength. Your technical knowledge, that's your strength. Understand your strength, being focused. Understand your strength. Understand those weaknesses. Those weaknesses, those areas of those internal that like, oh, I still need to develop that. Understand those. When we talk about your opportunities and your threats, they tend to be more external, things that may be beyond your control. But let's peel that back some. An opportunity can be, and I'm going to use the opportunity in terms of coaching. The opportunity in coaching, as you can see, the coaching, there are a lot of coaches out there. So the field is grand. That's an opportunity. There's a community out there that needs your service. That's an opportunity. The market exists. That's an opportunity. In your threat, a threat could be something that, again, it's external, that you have, again, no control over. The market. Let's talk about that. The market and industry can be a threat. You don't know what may come. If it's another pandemic, how are you going to be able to pivot? Understand things that are beyond your control. In your business, as you are looking at your business, all entrepreneurs, all business leaders need to always know their SWOT analysis. If I come to you and I have a conversation and we're sitting down talking about how we can enhance our businesses, I'm going to ask you, so tell me some of the strengths, tell me some of those opportunities. So what are the threats are out there that you see? We need to be able to talk about that. Always be ready. When you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And so once you do that, other things that can help you as we are continuing to develop our business, develop your brand, because your brand is who you are. That's what your business is. What's your brand? What's your brand? Once you do that, the next thing I wanted to tell you is I want you to be able to position yourself. And when I'm talking about position yourself, I'm talking about how to get out there. Get out there in the market. Are you out there in the industry? What's going on? How are you positioning yourself? And one way to position yourself is to find out what's in the community. Are you in networks? Are you in different social media? Are you in different Facebook groups? Are you in different, if they have different organizations, are you a part of that? Are you in LinkedIn? Where are you? Are you getting out there? Are you going to conferences? Where are the people in your industry? Because I do believe iron sharpens iron. And so you need to go out there to see how can you, what's out there, so you can take those tools of the trade and enhance your own business. See, I'm a firm believer in working smarter and not harder. And so position yourself. And when you position yourself, also one thing you need to make sure that you are investing in yourself. Yeah. Before you get out there and you got your business and I need a team and I need to have all these people aboard, you need to take care of you. You need to first find you, and I would say this, a coach, a mentor. Who's mentoring you? Who you getting advice for in your business? You everything that's important to me, I have a coach, a mentor, everything. I don't do anything solo. I have a coach that helps me with my business, helps me with my brand. I have someone when it comes for me to do, when I go out there in public, I have a stylist. I have a financial planner. I don't move without being advised on anything that's important to me. I have someone of a higher authority where that I value that I can get information from. In business, always have a coach or a mentor so you can talk and bounce ideas off of. This is not a game where you can feel, I got it, I don't need to talk to anyone. We are designed to be in community. That's what the Black Business Network is doing. It's about community, it's about being there. And I firmly believe the person who wins is the person who gives. That takes me to one of my last points before I get to that. Let me, and it's about, before I get to that, let me back up because I get so excited when I go into the partnership and relationship because that seals it, because that's what life is about. But going back to, you know, positioning yourself, being out there, understanding your voice, not negating your skills and your talent. Get out there, position yourself. Find out who's in this game of life that you are doing. Find out who's in that industry and link up. Link up. Invest in yourself. Activate your voice. I've heard people say closed mouth doesn't get fed, right? If you want your business to shine and thrive, you got to get out there. And that takes me to the next point is you've got to be out, you have to be able to take risks. No one wins without taking a risk. Expand yourself. I like to take failure out of the game. We don't fail. I say in life, I either win or I learn. The two of the L's. I either win, I take that W, or I learn. I never lose. Because as long as I am breathing, I always get a chance to do it again. So you learn from those things that maybe weren't as profitable. Maybe I wasn't the best decision. You learn from those things. You take risks. When you think about businesses, and that goes back to, you know, your mentor, because there should always be someone that, you know, where you're looking at, um, why did they succeed? What do you admire about them? What do you admire about their leadership? What do you admire about them being that entrepreneur spirit? What do you admire about them? You should have that ready. You should know that. But all of them, I guarantee you, all of them failed in some kind of way. But the key is that they didn't just fail, they failed and they kept moving on. They failed fast and they kept moving on. They were like, okay, it didn't work, the next one worked. I have, you know, we've heard that the greats, Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, Walt Disney, we've heard Stephen Jobs, everybody had a lot of things that they just didn't do well a long time and then it clicked. It clicked. That's the same thing. You just keep learning, you keep growing. In my classes, whenever I do presentation, I always say, what would you do if you could not fail? What would you do if you could not fail? I'll say it again. What would you do if you could not fail? And it always stuns the audience because they were like, well, I don't know. And my question to them is simply, who told you you were going to fail? See, we've got it in our heads that we're going to fail, that this is going to fail, this is not going to be a flop, however it's been ingrained. But what would you do if you could not fail? Who told you your business was going to fail? You might then succeed in 50 tries, but that 51st could be the gold mine. The last point I want to say is the importance of when in building and developing your business, what you need to know is develop partnerships, relationships. Relationships matter. There is no business without a relationship, and there's no life without a partnership. You've got to learn how to partner and build relationships that matters. In relationships, is more than just getting a virtual or a hard copy business card and putting it down, but it's about building that connection. The Black Business Network is a prime example of partnership and relationship that matters. And those are some of the key points of how to develop your business and what you need to know so that you can take your business in 2024, that it will be more in store. I thank you so much, and be looking out for some part twos and some sequels to how we thrive in our business.
Thank you so much.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am ecstatic.
Thank you so much for sharing all of your insights this evening. We really appreciate it. Before I let you go, wanted to check in and see, where can people find you?
Absolutely. You can always find me on my social media. You can always find me on Facebook at LT Empowerment, Instagram, my web at LinkedIn. I'm Dr. Latanya Small, and you can always email me at info@ltempowerment.com, because we are here to serve you so you can live and thrive in your purpose.
Amazing. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us this evening. And with that said, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
See you later.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to raise up to $5,000 for 10 students and give them laptops as well. Students who are interested can always go online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to our scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January of 2024. They are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, 5-Star BDM Media, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to show.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as You see the career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet, a resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us, when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered the biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for 3 reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what-ifs. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though we know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but when you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the US government, but I wanted more. A supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that 2 men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
Good evening, thought leaders, business owners, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and businesses worldwide. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am the moderator for this evening. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business owners about business. Our next speaker this evening is Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Dr. Lewis has professional experience in professional experience in city government, the federal government, and the United States military. A passionate believer in self-esteem and desiring to guide women to achieve their best mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional health, Dr. Lewis is a career strategist, business consultant, international TEDx speaker, international best-selling author, and creator of the online course, Crack the Career Code, How to Lead with Confidence, Charisma, and Credibility, and the host of Success for Women radio and TV show. Dr. Lewis conducts professional development, training, workshops, and seminars that have been presented throughout the United States and abroad. She has received the Joe Mann's Black Wall Street 2022 award. She was also selected for the 2022 Veteran Champions of the Year, VCOY, in Corporate America list. The 2022 VCOY corporate list honors 30 champions who advocate for our nation's veterans and the civilian workforce. She received the Acquisition International 22 Most Empowering Women Success Coach Award, the 2017 Enterprising Women of the Year, the Paul Anthony Foundation for the 2015 Successful Journey of Black Entrepreneurship Award. She was chosen from hundreds of nominees around the world to receive honorable mention as a finalist for the 2015 Enterprising Women of the Year Award. And she received the 2013 Prince George Chamber of Commerce Businesswoman of the Year Award, selected by the 2012 Minority Enterprise Executive Council for the 50 of Women Power in Business Award, which is just a few of many accolades she has received. Also, among her many accolades in the governor's is a governor's citation from former Maryland Governor William Schaefer for service during Desert Storm, and 3 Attorney General Service Awards, and a Director's Award for Outstanding Foreign Counterintelligence Investigation from the FBI. Dr. Lewis was nominated for the Office Depot 2007 Women of the Year Award and selected as a Women's Entertainment Magazine's Hall of Fame 2009 honoree and a 2009 Stevie Award finalist. I present to you Dr. Ann Lewis. Hi, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
I am doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Wow, it's great. It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to have you. Well, with that said, first, thank you for your service. And then second, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Wow. As I just said, it's, oh my gosh, it's just always for me a pleasure to be on this platform. But the thing of it is, can you believe it? I am almost speechless. I mean, here we are in a new year, 2024, and we just had 12 months of amazing sessions back to back without, mind you, missing a beat coming out of 2023. You know, this week was the first sessions for the year of information being shared all around the globe. Can you believe that? 12 months of powerful information, resources, business owners, thought leaders, and heads of corporations, all on one magnanimous platform. I mean, this is a major accomplishment and something to be proud to be a part of. And you better believe I am bursting with pride here. I'm bursting with pride because I have the honor to be on such a phenomenal platform as the Black Business Olympics, which broadcasts over 145 speakers from around the globe for 7 straight days. It makes me proud just to reflect on it. Proud because I get to pick the brain of the visionary and founder of this groundbreaking broadcast, Dr. Eric Kelly III. And proud because I get to see and hear so many Black sisters and brothers, Black women and men, business owners, sharing their expertise and providing so many resources. Proud because I get to collaborate and network with so many who are unselfish about sharing their knowledge. And if you have been watching and listening this week, then you should be proud to have the opportunity to get in the open door that has been provided to you. I mean, this week so far, you have been privy to the best of the best business owners, business leaders, thought leaders, and heads of corporations worldwide. So before getting started, I just want to talk or take a moment to thank Dr. Eric Kelly III for bringing me and a host of others onto this groundbreaking platform. Yes, I'm saying it again, groundbreaking platform, for sharing this incredible vision with the world and for creating what is considered to be a noteworthy occasion. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Thank you for being a visionary, an encouragement, and an inspiration to me and all the leaders who have appeared and been heard this week. You know, Dr. Kelly has produced what is being recognized as one of a kind platform, something not seen before anywhere. You know, Dr. Kelly, you have brought to the world what is and should be recognized as the greatest of all times. This platform is changing the lives of people, businesses, and corporations worldwide, and without a doubt will be counted as part of history. So, Dr. Kelly, I want to personally thank you. Thank you for letting me share in this vision. Hello to all the viewers out there. Again, I am Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And what I do is I help women navigate through some of the obstacles they may face when trying to reach the top rung of the career ladder. And I also help female veterans who are transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship. I help them to focus on a positive and successful mindset. So that's what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about tonight. And that is having a successful mindset. You know, this week, as I listened to Dr. Kelly speaking to the viewers, I heard him say that the mind of Black business is where success populates. Now that struck me. He asked, what is your state of mind when it comes to starting a business? What is your state of mind about the value that you can bring to the business world? And I will also ask the question, what is your state of mind when you're listening to the individuals who are sharing with you on this platform? What is your state of mind? Do you think, I can't do that? Do you think it was easy for them? Or maybe your mindset is one of regret because you're living and holding on in the past of what ifs. Or maybe you're reflecting on things in your life that did not go so well. But you're not making an effort to improve the situation. Or maybe there's anxiety about the future. You know, in this mindset, you're still asking the question, why are you here? If these are the questions you are asking yourself, then you need a mind shift. Because we all want and need to be successful at something. But to be successful, you have to come out of your comfort zone. You cannot be successful if you're holding on to regret. You cannot be successful if you're reflecting or holding on or afraid of the past. As you well know, regrets start to look like huge challenges and setbacks. But guess what? Setbacks are inevitable and challenges are a constant companion. However, the key that separates successful people from the rest lies in their unwavering determination. Meaning, winners don't quit. Winners embrace challenges as opportunities to learn, to grow, and to evolve. I'm here to tell you tonight that you have the ability to be great. But what steps are you taking to move forward, to leave a legacy, or to make an impact on this world? Let me just say, none of it will come from missed opportunities, broken promises, or lackadaisical attitudes. Your mindset has to be in the now. The now is showing up when you're supposed to show up. The now is being mindful of your obligations. And the now is being a person that people can depend on. In the now, it's about believing in yourself. And believing in yourself is the cornerstone of any remarkable transformation. Success is not just about acquiring skills and knowledge. It's about embracing your worthiness and truly believing that you deserve the successes you envision. Remember that change starts from within. You are what you think. And part of the change is knowing you can do what you are envisioning for your future. You have what it takes to do what all the individuals who spoke this week did. Maybe not exactly what they did, or how they did it, and maybe not in the same time frame that they did it. But you can do what you set out to do if you believe in yourself. That means staying in the now and not having the mind distractions. You know, those little things that you may let take you off the path of what you want to accomplish. Understand that the path to success is rarely a straight line. It's a series of twists and turns that demand resilience. It's about pushing through when others might falter and persisting when the journey becomes tough. Think about this. When you want to quit before even getting started, quitting may provide temporary relief, but it will also rob you of the chance to discover your true potential, because it's in those moments of difficulty that you find out what you're truly made of. So I want you to take a moment to just reflect on what truly makes you happy and fulfilled. Consider your passions, values, and the skills you enjoy using, and share them with the world. Understanding yourself better is the foundation for finding a success that brings you genuine satisfaction and happiness. And remember, you don't have to navigate this journey alone. This platform is a resource for you to draw from. You are being provided with resources that will take you to the next level if you let it, if you implement it. And every step you take towards believing in yourself brings you closer to your goals, closer to success, and closer to happiness. Being on this platform has been an inspiration, I know, for me. It has been helpful in bringing forth ideas of having my first virtual summit, which I did today. It started today, running for 3 days. Where I got that idea is from being on this platform. It has given me the inspiration to organize a TEDx event. I mean, that's going to be huge. Yes, and it's going to be scary. But guess what? I'm going to step out of my comfort zone, because all of this came from being a part of something that is pushing me further out of my comfort zone. So when I tell you that that you can begin gaining insight from the individuals you have that have been there, that have done that, who have faced the obstacles, who have stepped out of their comfort zone and said, I will not quit. They made it, and now they're sharing their success with you. That's what this platform can do for you. It's because it motivates you. It makes you reach higher. That's what this platform is all about. Yes, it's a fundraiser for kids, college kids, to get laptops. It's also, and scholarships. It's also for K through 12 entrepreneurs. But it also will help you as an individual to move forward. So I urge you not to be one of those people who lose interest when they don't see much progress because they feel it's not happening fast enough. And please don't be one of those people who will quit when you see there's real work involved. You have to hold on to your vision. because a vision will help you to overcome obstacles in the way, and it gives you strength to hold on when times are tough. A vision that is well defined will help you to focus and create a purpose that becomes your measurement for success. If you do not have a vision of who you want to be, how you want to succeed, or what you want out of life, you will most likely begin to lose interest, give up, or just settle for anything. Every dream and every aspiration starts with a vision. But too often, we let obstacles discourage us from chasing our goals that will lead us to success. Here's something for you to remember. Obstacles are simply stepping stones toward your greatness. Don't let obstacles shatter your dreams of reaching success. You know, most people form their own concepts of what success is about in many ways. But in an ideal world, we would all arrive at our definitions of success based on a clear understanding of ourselves as individuals and what it is that we want to get out of the many years that we will spend in the workplace or in the business world. You will often find that success means very different things to different people. Yet we often talk about and think about success as though we all have the same concept of what a successful individual is. You know, I believe success means making the difference that only you can make. It means being appreciated and rewarded for being your true self each day. It means doing work that reflects your unique interests, your talents, your values, and your gifts. Success can be scary because it involves change. Success can also be intimidating and hard to handle. Success also involves more challenges and responsibilities. And that is threatening to most of us, which is why we tend to fear success. And here's what people fear more than success, and that is judgment from others. And the sad part is that this judgment is what stops most of us from doing anything meaningful with our lives. We would rather play it safe than risk making a mistake and embarrassing ourselves. You know, it's a fact that success isn't always a straight path, but it can be a challenging and thrilling adventure. I mean, just for example, like I said about starting my 3-day summit today, it was a challenge. But guess what? When it started this morning at 10 a.m., I was thrilled. I was beyond happy. So one thing I want you to remember, most of us do not start out successful. Success is an experiment that comes with plenty of trial and error. It's built as you learn from mistakes along your path to personal and professional development. You have to take your experiences, both good and bad, and use them to your advantage. Because if you do this, you will find levels of success you never thought possible. You don't want to look back on your past 5 or 10 years from now and regret not having pursued your dream of success. And trust me when I tell you, the pain of regret will be much stronger than the temporary discomfort of stepping out of your comfort zone. All of the individuals you saw this week, they gave you pointers and tips for succeeding. They offered you options. They gave you resources that you probably didn't even know about in some cases. And they showed you a roadmap to help you get to where you're trying to go. They literally poured out their souls to you, and they made themselves available to you to reach out to them if you had any questions about anything. Here's another important thing to remember. If you wait until you know you're going to be or going to succeed at something before you try, you can spend your entire life just waiting. The real recipe to success is not to wait until you have attained mastery before you step out of your comfort zone and pursue a challenge, because you know this. It's in the pursuit that you'll build the mastery. What you focus on is what you will develop. You cannot get it just by listening and not implementing. You have to do something. You have to work towards success. This platform is to help you to get or to set your own dreams and goals, not someone else's. That's what the information you are receiving will do for you if you let it. And with all that said, I'm going to just give you another secret to success, and that is to never stop learning. Obtaining knowledge is a continuous journey. The best leaders, you know, they're never in a place where they wouldn't benefit from the insights of others who have attained success. So I want you to remember this every time you think of quitting. Everything begins in your head. You are what you believe yourself to be. If you feel that you aren't good enough, then you've set the wrong rules for the game. Having an open mind and a positive mindset means that you are open to the idea that you have value and worth, and that your contribution can and will mean something to this world. Every successful person will tell you that their climb to success, it came with hurdles to overcome. But true success does not come easy. And it's not a piece of cake or a walk in the park, but determination will pay off. So when it comes to succeeding, never tell yourself you can't be as successful as others, as all the individuals that you saw this week. Know and believe that you are capable of accomplishing as much or more than others have accomplished. The key is to possess the same drive and determination, because that's what separates the successful from those who stand on the sidelines and watch. Success comes from clarity of purpose and repeated action. That means you have to implement. You can't just sit and watch. And that's what you heard from a lot of individuals on the Black Business Olympics this week. Sitting, listening, and not implementing will not do you any good. So don't waste this phenomenal opportunity. Don't waste this information or the resources that you received so far this week. I mean, you can always go back and listen to any of the sessions. And I do challenge you to do that. Let your dream of success be the fuel that propels you forward. Believe that you can do anything you set your mind to do. Remember, what you do makes a difference, and you have to be the one to decide what kind of difference you want to make. So show up, rise up, and become the success you were meant to be. And when you do, we will all win. Thank you to all the viewers. I am Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women Success Institute. If you would like to reach out to me, my email is info@exwsi.com, or go to my website, www.exwsi.com. And while you're there, make sure you download my free 3-part video series on 3 things every woman should do to position herself for executive leadership. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you for having me on this awesome, awesome, awesome platform.
Hi, Dr. Lewis. Thank you so much for joining us
and
for sharing insights. Amazing. Before we let you go, I had a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you say are 3 things that you feel every woman who is looking to succeed as a leader should know or should start to do today to help them with their goals of leadership for the end of this year?
The 3 things that I always say is that women have to have confidence in themselves, confidence in their abilities, and know that they can do what they set out to do. They have to be assertive. You cannot be always want to just shy back or push yourself down. You have to be assertive, and that's not the same as being arrogant, but you do need to let people know who you are and what you're capable of doing. And you have to build a support network. Very important. You have to have people surrounding you that have your back, that you can draw from, that you can pull on, call on, that will network with you and just, let you know that they are with you no matter what, and that always inspiring and pushing you forward. Those are the things that I would tell them as leaders that they need to do.
Awesome. Another question for you is, you've done a lot in your career. You have an amazing skill set and an amazing background. At what point in your career did you realize that you were ready to take on leadership roles or to become a true leader in a position of supporting and nurturing other team members? And what sparked that inspiration for you?
Wow, that actually is the story that got me started as to start my own business. And that was, and like I always say, you never know who's watching you. And the inspiration for me was the fact that as I was moving up in my career in the military and in civilian life, I had women coming to me wanting to know, how was I doing this? What's your secret? How are you getting, from point A to point B? Why is it so hard for me? Why can't I do this too? And they wanted me to look at their promotion package. They wanted me to help them, with their resumes and to do mock interviews. And because of that, it inspired me to want to help women on a larger scale. And because of that, that's why I started my business, because I felt like I could implement some things to show them how to navigate some of the obstacles that I faced when I was moving. I mean, it wasn't easy, it wasn't a piece of cake. I ran into different things, different people who tried to block me. And so I wanted to be able to let them see or to help them understand some of the things they would face, but also how you can maneuver around those things. And so that you won't get crushed, your dreams won't get crushed, and you won't stop moving forward and reaching your full potential.
Got it. One of the things that I've come to learn in my career that's really important for women to have in leadership positions is executive presence.
Yes.
What are some things that you what are some things that you actively have had to instill or learn to ensure that when you stepped into the room, you were automatically bringing executive presence?
I tell you this, as a female, no matter what, because when I was especially in my civilian career, I used to do a lot of representing the organization, going out, doing presentations, and what I found was a lot of instances, I would be the only one in the room that looked like me. And so I knew that I was going to be challenged. And so I knew that when I walked into that room, I had to know that I know that I know that I know. And I made sure that they knew I know because I was going to be challenged. So I had to stay up on my field. I had to always be prepared. And even if it was something that came up that I may not have known, then I had to make sure that I could address it to the point where, okay, yes, this is something that I was not aware of, but hey, it's obviously you're not aware of it either if you're asking me that question, because you're not putting forth an answer to it either. So it's just one of those things where you have to make sure, as I said, with the confidence and the assertiveness, and you have to make sure when you step out or step in front that you know what you're doing. You know that when you state a fact or you have a figure or what have you, it's correct. You're not just pulling something, out of thin air. You know that if you quoted someone or if you saying something about some scientific fact, that you've researched it and and that's what I do. I research a lot, and that's how I put together my 8 Habits of Highly Successful Women. I did that from research. It wasn't something I just decided, oh, I'm just going to put this program together, throw a whole bunch of stuff, No, it came from research. And so I would say that you have to make sure that you stay up on your field, never walk into a situation where you're not prepared. That you always, when you have to do a presentation or you have to speak to someone, I told someone in an interview before, I had to brief the Attorney General when he came into office. And it was funny because I was told that when he walks into the room, he's going to sit at the head of the table and you're going to be like kind of halfway down. Well, when he walked into the room and he saw me sitting there, he came and sat across from me. Now, that could have just taken me totally out of the situation. But I had to remember that I was there for a purpose. I had the knowledge, I had the information, and I knew what I was talking about. And I was there to give him information that he didn't know. And so that's what made me, put that back up and just look him straight in the eye and do what I needed to do. So that's what I would say. Just make sure that you're always prepared. Never say something that you're not sure of, or make something up out of thin air.
Got it. I really appreciate it. That was actually my question. My next question for you was, what was it like meeting the U.S. Attorney General? What was that experience like?
Well, I tell you what, it was incredible. It really was incredible. And I know, that I did a good job, which made me feel good, because when I left there and I had to walk across the street back to my office, when I walked into my office, everyone gave me a standing ovation because they had already called and let them know that, the information I had provided and how I presented myself was apparently I did a good job. So that made me feel good. And I carried that experience with me throughout everywhere I go. I mean, it's always something I remember. Yes.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, Dr. Lewis, it's been absolutely amazing having you this evening. I sincerely appreciate you joining us and sharing all of your insight. I am going to follow up with you because I do want to pick your brain, but I do really appreciate everything and for joining this evening. And with that said, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090